Chapter 409. In the heart-refining courtyard, a loud noise came, and people looked in the direction of the sound source. They saw that the tiger-dragon lake, which used to be calm, raised a huge wave, and a thick ice spike pierced dozens of meters high from the lake. Under the sunlight, the edges and corners of the ice spike refracted crystal light. "What's going on? What's going on over there?" "I don't know, let's go and see." "Strange, look, there seems to be something at the top of that ice spike." The students of the heart-refining courtyard rushed to the lakeside. It wasn't until they got closer that they saw the situation at the top. A red figure was pierced by a sharp ice spike. The man was facing up, his limbs and neck hanging down weakly, and blood kept flowing along the ice spike. "My God, this is..." After being in the Jotian for so long, it's strange that they haven't seen a dead person. However, after a player dies, the corpse generally doesn't change much, but this corpse died so tragically, but it was still so lifelike. Someone broke into the tiger-dragon lake. It's that guy. That crazy newcomer. Isn't this death a little too tragic? With all the pain, it's definitely a fate worse than death. He also has a day like this, he's crazy. Humph, it's good to die. Sengoku Yenran covered her mouth in shock, a pair of starry eyes stared at Lu Qin in horror. It's really him. He went to challenge the tiger-dragon lake. Although Yenran hates Lu Qin, perhaps it's a personality problem. Yenran is different from Hunter Emperor. Yenran only thinks about how to defeat Lu Qin, but Hunter Emperor has not been seen for several days. It's said that in order to deal with the madman, he has been planning something big. Therefore, when Yenran saw that Lu Qin died so miserably, she didn't gloat like some people. It is said that the tiger dragon is the king of the monster forest. It is extremely powerful. In history, it seems that the tiger dragon has only been defeated 3 times. That kid challenged the tiger dragon is simply courting death. It is said that the tiger dragon has a heaven-level cultivation technique. Is it true? It seems to be true, but so what? In the second layer heaven-level cultivation technique is a heaven-defying existence, so it's not an exaggeration to say that the tiger dragon is a third-layer creature. If an upper heaven creature can beat a lower heaven creature back to level 1, then could this guy? I'm just saying. I don't think he'll drop back to level 1. Beside the two of them, an expert in the top 20 of the arena said indifferently, "Don't you know? Using 300 colored gold gems can preserve one's cultivation. In order to protect the students, the Heart Refinement Academy requires that one must complete 300 colored gold missions before they are qualified to challenge the Tiger Dragon. I just didn't expect that there would actually be an idiot who would give 300 pieces of rainbow gold to the Tiger Dragon for free." In the crowd, a 13 or 14-year-old girl looked at the corpse on the ice spike in horror. There was once a big brother dressed in red. When she had already given up hope, he gave her an orange gem, allowing her to finally enter the heart-refining courtyard. It was a pity that she was so focused on the heart-refining courtyard that she didn't even look at that person. When she noticed the gemstone beside her, she could only vaguely remember that the person was wearing a set of red clothes and had a very gentle voice. It had been 2 months since she came to the Heart Refinement Courtyard, but she had never seen that red dress again. And now, she saw it. She was still not sure if that person was that big brother, but she was very worried. She was worried that the person in front of her was her big brother. "It can't be you, right? Big brother, you just came to the Heart Refinement Courtyard. It's impossible for you to get such a colorful gem in such a short time. It can't be you." The tiger dragon's attack injured the internal organs. That kind of fatal pain is not something that an ordinary person can endure. Moreover, that person shouldn't be dead yet. The tiger dragon likes to let people slowly die in pain. The girl seemed to be talking about the past as she looked at the person on the ice spike with worry. Not long after, the surface of the tiger dragon lake surged and a terrifying creature emerged from the bottom of the lake. The Tiger Dragon Lake was named because of it. It was the true master of the Tiger Dragon Lake. The tiger dragon gradually floated into the air. From its pitch-black body that was over 100 meters long, the lake water poured down along its scales like a waterfall hanging in the air. How is it? How does it feel to live a life worse than death? The extreme cold heavenly ice spike will make your blood flow very slowly. This way, you will die even slower. Since you are qualified to challenge me, I believe that you are one of the best in the heart refinement courtyard. What I like the most is to torture and kill so-called geniuses. After 3 days of your death, your soul won't be able to revive. Your corpse will be hanging here for 3 days and 3 nights. No matter how famous you are in the heart refinement courtyard, in front of me, you will lose miserably like a stray dog. You will lose all your dignity. Lu Chen's consciousness was very blurry. Logically speaking, he was already used to using full pain perception. However, the injury this time almost caused him to lose consciousness. His internal organs were pierced and he didn't die immediately. The tiger dragon purposely left him a few tens of thousands of points of blood. Boss, wake up. A voice kept repeating in Lu Chen's mind. It was anxious and heartbroken. It was Xiao Min. Lu Chen gradually regained consciousness. Xiao Min. Where's my nirvana rebirth, master? You are not dead yet. It's just that the excessive pain caused you to lose consciousness temporarily. This is not a Jiutian setting. It's a method unique to the tiger dragon. Some people didn't suffer too much pain while others were tortured to the point that they wished they were dead. Unfortunately, Lu Chen was suffering the latter's torture. Lu Chen opened his eyes slightly. The intense pain caused large beads of sweat to appear on his forehead. As far as his eyes could see, a sharp ice spike extended 3 to 4 meters into the sky from his abdomen. He was hanging from this ice spike and his body seemed to be sliding down continuously. The ice spike was cone-shaped. The lower it went, the more his wound was opening up. This pain caused Lu Chen to tremble all over. Human, is it very painful? I will give you a chance. Admit your inferiority and incompetence. I can let you suffer less and let you be free earlier. Defy the heavens. It's not something a lowly creature like you can do. Regardless of whether the people in the heart refinement courtyard liked Lu Chen or not, the tiger dragon's words pierced everyone's hearts. The tiger dragon actually looked down on humans. However, at this moment, what can people say? Nameless tyrannical strength was famous in the heart refinement courtyard, but in the battle with the tiger dragon's blood bar was not shown. He didn't touch the tiger dragon at all, and he was already killed. This kind of disparity in strength, like the difference between heaven and earth, cannot be made up for by anger. Dare not speak out. Zhang Guiyanran stared at the tiger dragon, clenched her fists tightly, and the idea in her heart became more firm. The third layer of heaven, I must go. The girl frowned slightly. Why did she leave her family alone to experience the world? Isn't it just to become stronger earlier? Now, the absolute strong tiger dragon is in front of her. When can she defeat it? Human, beg me. The tiger dragon roared unscrupulously, beg me to let you go, you ant. Beg me. At this moment, a weak voice sounded. His voice was different from the past because of weakness and anger. It was low but very firm. I beg your mother. A bloody hand grabbed the ice spike in front of him. He was moving his body up from the ice spike little by little. The indescribable pain made his face sweaty. If you say, I can't even beat you, then I, really, weak. Chapter 4:10. Someone who took out the broken arrow from his body was already pale from the pain, not to mention that Lu Chen was now pulling his body out of the ice thorns. It was a miracle that he didn't faint from the pain. The students of the heart refining courtyard saw Lu Chen's action and couldn't help but gasp. This guy's endurance was simply unimaginable. Sengoku Yenran's eyes were round. Lu Chen defeated her, and it didn't affect her more than this. You lunatic, the ice thorns in front were thin enough. Lu Chen slammed his palm and cut the ice thorns. Ugh! Tiger Dragon! I want you to pay back 100 times. Ah! Accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream, Lu Chen forcibly broke free from the broken ice spike. Struggling to turn over, Lu Chen stood on the broken section of the ice thorns, holding his abdomen with one hand. There was a big hole there, but fortunately, it was quickly healing. Black Flood Dragon watched Lu Chen break free from the ice thorns, but did not stop him. Ha ha ha, I enjoy the pain you show. Lu Chen's chest rose and fell violently. Looking at the bloody abdomen, which had stopped bleeding, he raised his head and stared at Black Flood Dragon. You should regret not killing me just now. Lu Chen's voice was cold. Oh. Really? What, you want to turn the tables? I'm not afraid to tell you, even if you can resurrect, I will kill you several times. Lu Chen's mouth raised, want to see my second life? You're not qualified. Tiger Dragon sneered, sure enough, there is a second life, but I forgot to tell you, among the strong people I killed, you are not the only one with 2 lives. Since you still have hope in your heart, then I have to let you completely despair. I'll let you see the real gap between you and me. I'm waiting to enjoy your desperate expression. The Tiger Flood Dragon suddenly roared. Roar! Dragon Aura Beast God. This roar was earth-shattering and deafening. The entire heart-refining courtyard was like an earthquake, and the danger was imminent. At the same time, countless beasts roared from the demonic beasts forest. It was as if they were responding to the king of the forest. The Tiger Flood Dragon's already huge body doubled in size. Its body was now 300 meters long as it coiled in the air. This is the Tiger Flood Dragon's heavenly might body. So strong. Is this the second or third layer of godly might? My divine might is completely suppressed, and my attributes are reduced by 20%. My God, even if it's only at the second layer of godly might, it can still do as it pleases in the second layer of heaven. The Tiger Dragon is so terrifying that it's impossible to defeat it. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. This guy's draconic aura was so strong that it had already suppressed his celestial aura. His attributes had also been reduced by 20%. Now that it had come to this, he couldn't hold back anymore. Lu Chen glanced at the Tiger Flood Dragon Lake and dived in without hesitation. Enter the water. The group of people couldn't believe their eyes. There were many cultivation techniques that couldn't be used underwater. Now that the Tiger Flood Dragon had finally come out of the water, that madman had entered the water himself. Does that guy know how to fight? Isn't he courting death by entering the water in front of the Tiger Flood Dragon? It's over. I was scared by his willpower just now, but he actually entered the water himself. There's no suspense now. It's all over. He won't be able to get past the Tiger Flood Dragon. Even Sengoku Yenran couldn't believe her eyes. She had fought with Lu Chen before, but in reality, the battle between them was just a battle between the little furball and the Black Flame Dragon Emperor. Yenran had never really experienced Lu Chen's methods. However, the group of people who had their boss stolen by Lu Chen were even more surprised. That guy's actual combat ability was very strong. He shouldn't have done such a brainless thing. Entering the water at least gave Lu Chen some time to breathe. Lu Chen raised his hand and gave himself a rejuvenation. Then, he took out the treasure from the bottom of his backpack. Divine Blood Demon Seed. He didn't expect that Master Spiritual Martial Apothecary would evolve his divine might before encountering a purgatory-level heavenly domain boss. However, an opponent like the Tiger Flood Dragon might not be weaker than Master Spiritual Martial Apothecary. After all, it was a level 2 existence. Lu Chen speculated that its strength was on par with Master Spiritual Martial Apothecary. Moreover, that guy had already used level 2 divine might. Its own strength was so terrifying. It would be difficult for him to match it when he was seriously injured. He could only use it. Evolved divine might, demonic might. After using the divine blood demon seed, Lu Chen quickly formed a new heaven's might skill. Extreme mortal body divine might evolved into beginner immortal body divine might. Extreme mortal body divine might evolved into beginner demon weapon divine might. At the same time, he obtained a new divine might skill. Beginner immortal body divine might, increase level limit by 30%. The amount of heaven and earth spirit energy obtained from killing monsters with a 30% difference in level will no longer decrease, stackable. Beginner demon weapon divine might, increase level limit by 30%. The amount of heaven and earth spirit energy obtained from killing monsters with a 30% difference in level will no longer decrease, stackable. Level 2. Lu Chen's level limit increased to level 160. Reverence to heaven divine might rose to level 2. After actively using innate divine might, the attribute sacrifice effect increased from 20,000 to 400,000. At the same time, the user's weakened state duration decreased by 1 day to 6 days. Defiant demonic might rose to level 2. After actively using it, the forced attribute absorption also increased to 400,000, and the backlash state lasted for 6 days. Lu Chen didn't plan to use these two active skills for the time being. The Tiger Flood Dragon's power level was not lower than his, so he couldn't forcefully absorb its attributes. Although adding 400,000 attributes was strong, the aftereffects still existed. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Lu Chen wouldn't use it. As long as his power level was high enough, he wouldn't be affected by the other party's divine might. That was enough. In addition, Lu Chen's star level directly increased to level 1-2 stars. His attributes increased, and he could fuse 2 new bloodlines. Immortal body divine might can increase 2 of your talents to level 1-9. Please select the talents you wish to increase. Time was tight. Lu Chen didn't have time to think. He first chose the vampire talent of Bat Demon Bloodline. Only vampire could compete with the reverse scale. Talent 9, Bat Demon Bloodline, level 1-9 vampire. Absorbs 40% of the HP of damage caused by attacks, all types. Increases healing effect by 50%. Reduces bleeding damage by 50%. After the Bat Demon Bloodline leveled up, there were many qualitative changes. First, it originally only absorbed a percentage of the HP of physical damage. Now, it had become a full-type vampire. There was also an additional bleeding resistance. I still have to choose one. The huge black shadow behind him was rushing over at an extremely fast speed. Lu Chen desperately swam to the bottom of the lake, but he wouldn't be able to last long before he was caught. With the 40% all-damage vampire, Lu Chen wasn't too afraid of the Tiger Flood Dragon's reverse scale. Then, he could also pursue a more powerful attack ability. Currently, the strongest attack talents were the Werewolf Bloodline's critical hit and the Tiger Demon's combo attack. Lu Chen weighed the pros and cons and decided to level up the Tiger Demon Bloodline. Currently, Lu Chen's critical hit was already over 100%. It was just that the critical hit multiplier still needed to be increased. Therefore, critical hit wasn't something he urgently needed to increase. As for combo attack, not only did he enjoy critical hit, poison attack, and various other passive effects, the effect of one more combo attack would be significant. Talent 3, Tiger Demon Bloodline, level 1-9 can quickly launch 5 attacks per attack. 5 combo attacks, very good. In the last bit of time, Lu Chen could only add 1 bloodline first. Increase Rock Armored Bear Bloodline. Talent 10, Bear Demon Bloodline, level 0 increase max HP by 2%, increase damage immunity by 5%. This talent was a defensive type. The max HP was a little lower, but the damage immunity was very strong. Level up to level 9. Talent 10, Bear Demon Bloodline, level 9 increase max HP by 20%, increase damage immunity by 12%, 1% chance of completely negating one attack. 12% damage immunity, 40% vampire, enough. The deeper he went to the bottom of the lake, the greater the water pressure. Lu Chen's speed also became slower. At this time, the Tiger Flood Dragon had already caught up. Suddenly, Lu Chen turned around and pounced on the Tiger Flood Dragon. Earth-splitting chasm. The wishful long staff suddenly turned into a shadow and smashed the Tiger Flood Dragon. Chapter 411. Earth-shattering gully's quality was too low. Although the Tiger Dragon was huge, it was very agile underwater and avoided the attack. However, earth-shattering gully still smashed into the muddy bottom of the lake. Suddenly, the mud at the bottom of the lake was stirred up, and the surrounding lake water became murky. Lake water is murky, visibility reduced by 90%. However, this system notification did not affect Lu Chen at all, because he was relying on the eye of the dark gods to see. On the other side, the Tiger Dragon's vision seemed to be greatly affected, and it stopped chasing. Lu Chen smirked. Unfortunately, he could not speak underwater, or he would definitely tell the Tiger Dragon. The counterattack has begun. After entering the water, Lu Chen's breathing tank was only 60 seconds, probably because his body was heavily injured, which reduced his ability to hold his breath. The mud was falling, and it could only temporarily affect the Black Dragon's vision. I have to kill this guy as soon as possible. I can't waste a single second. Lu Chen took out the Dragon Crystal Bow. Death's Land. After using rejuvenation, Lu Chen's HP was 2,700,000. After deducting 20% of his maximum HP, which was 1,080,000, he was left with about 1,600,000. Dragon's Blood Boil. After reducing 80% of his current HP, he had less than 500,000 HP left, which was less than 1/10 of his HP. 2 reverse scales would be enough to kill him. However, under such a low HP, the buff from Death's Land and Dragon's Blood Boil was extremely terrifying. Increased attack speed by 360%, increased damage by 80%. Flash Shot. Rapid Attack. Lu Chen's speed was extremely fast, and he shot 30 arrows in 1 second. The black crystal arrows had the special effect of permathaw, so they were not affected by the water flow. A large number of black dots flashed and shot toward the Tiger Dragon. -610,000, double critical hit, 300,000 pierce resistance, -220,000, 110,000 pierce resistance, -1,080,000, triple critical hit, 540,000 pierce resistance. Using the mud to block the Tiger Dragon's vision, Lu Chen finally had a chance to deal damage. The 30 arrows dealt a total of 23.4 million damage. One of the arrows did not have a critical hit, which showed that if there was no critical hit, the Tiger Dragon would have received around 220,000 damage. This was the attack damage with Dragon's Blood Boil. If there was no Dragon's Blood Boil, the arrow would only deal 130,000 damage. After being hit, the Tiger Drake's HP was finally displayed. Its HP was not particularly high, only 1.5 billion. It was about the same as the boss of the Monster Forest's iridescent gold quest. However, it was obvious that this guy's strength was not on the same level as them, especially underwater. Although it wasn't much, it was still 1.5 billion. Lu Chen's wave of attacks only took away a sliver of health. Only 220,000 without critical hits. Not only is its physical defense high, its scales also have piercing resistance, reducing piercing damage by an additional 50%. Lu Chen calculated in his mind. Based on this damage, using only arrows to attack was too little. He had to engage in close combat to kill it. There was also another point. After Lu Chen dealt 23 For million damage, he had more than 9 million lifesteal. His health was full. After the HP boost, Lu Chen's HP broke through the 6 million mark. Once his HP was full, the effect of Deadland would disappear. This would be a huge loss. Turn off lifesteal. Lu Chen made a prompt decision and used Night Flash to appear beside the Tiger Flood Dragon. Tiger descends the mountain. 10 combo hits in 1 second. Minus 940,000, double critical hit, minus 970,000, double critical hit, minus 2. 21 million, triple critical hit. Without the piercing resistance, Lu Chen's damage suddenly increased by 50%. 14 million damage in 1 second. The advantage of 10 combo hits was that all of Lu Chen's passive skills were almost guaranteed to appear. Debuff, stun, silence, speed reduction, pure aura consumption. At the same time, as long as Lu Chen touched the Tiger Flood Dragon's reverse scale, after the 12% damage reduction, he would lose 1 million HP per second. However, after losing HP, according to the 4% attack speed increase for every 1% HP lost, Lu Chen's attack speed became faster and faster. A small black dot could be seen on top of the giant dragon, waving the weapon in its hand as if it had gone mad. It was getting faster and faster, crazier and crazier. 4 seconds later, Lu Chen's HP reached the bottom again. Turn on lifesteal. His HP rose slightly. Turn off lifesteal. Lu Chen's HP bar was trembling crazily at the critical point of 10%. Repeating this, Lu Chen maintained the level of 4 combo hits in 1 second, crazily attacking. Only Can Sheng and Old Ma could see the battle at the bottom of the lake. At this time, when they saw this scene, both of them widened their eyes and looked at each other in disbelief. This guy. Is he crazy? What kind of attack speed is this? What kind of damage is this? Have you ever seen such a fast attack speed? Old Ma shook his head. At least under normal circumstances, I have never seen such a fast attack. Look at him, his figure is already blurred. To be so fast to this extent, this is the limit. Can Sheng took a deep breath and narrowed his eyes slightly. Previously, I heard that student number 312 was protecting the forest and hunting the old man. You said that he was an archer and fought with Yanran. You also said that he was an animal tamer, but look at him now. Infinite stun, infinite silence, speed reduction, pure aura consumption, and this insane attack speed. Damn it, if you let him get close to you, you will die. Old Ma didn't know what to say. Maybe he has 2 professions. Animal tamer and pugilist. But his HP is higher than the Golden Monk. This is really hard to explain. His HP is even more ridiculous than the Golden Battle Buddha, his attack speed is even crazier than the Battle Berserker, his negative status effect is even more terrifying than the Machine Fighting Master, his battle pet is even fiercer than the Ultimate Ferocious Beast, and his attack range is even further than the Sky-Piercing Shot. What the hell is this guy? Golden Buddha, Battle God, Machine Fighting Master, and Sky-Piercing Shot were all professions that shouldn't be at the second celestial stage. Perhaps it was the result of another change in his current profession. And his strategy is really amazing and extremely arrogant. Can Sheng shook his head and sighed. Using a low-level skill to cause the Tiger Dragon's vision to be blurred so that he could have a chance to counterattack. This is something that I didn't expect. I was just wondering why he used the earth-splitting chasm. So this is how he used it. Blinding the Tiger Dragon underwater. I can't believe he thought of this. His attack speed should be the result of the combination of many skills. I don't know which skill it is, but I can see that the lower his HP, the faster his attack speed. So, he kept his HP at 10%. He would die if he touched the reverse scale twice. Old Ma nodded in agreement. This method was indeed too dangerous. A slight mistake and he would be killed by the reverse scale. Yeah, you should at least keep his HP at 20%. Kan Shing sighed. That's why I said he is extremely arrogant. He is too confident in his control. Old Ma didn't agree this time. He only has 10 seconds left in his breathing tank. Now the tiger dragon has more than 400 million HP. According to the current damage, he shouldn't be able to make it. Yeah, underwater. Without the underwater seal, it is impossible for you to stun the tiger dragon infinitely. Chapter 4:12. There were still 10 seconds left in the breathing tank. Within 50 seconds, Lu Chen's extreme damage dealt more than 1 billion damage to the tiger dragon. If the underwater poison attack was effective, the tiger dragon would have died long ago. Unfortunately, actual combat was like this, there were no ifs. Once Lu Chen's breathing tank was used up, the tiger dragon would recover. That would be a terrifying thing. There were still 300 million left, 1/5. At that moment, the tiger dragon's body suddenly emitted a golden light, directly pushing Lu Chen back. Dragon's Power Protect Master. The tiger dragon activated a forced passive skill. Not only did it push Lu Chen back, but it also cleared all the negative effects on its body. When Kan Sheng and Old Ma saw this scene, they were shocked speechless. Nameless was already too late, but at that moment, the tiger dragon activated a forced retreat. This was definitely adding fuel to the fire. It's over. It's over now. The tiger dragon actually has this skill, it seems to be forced to activate it when it has only 1/5 of its HP left. Sigh, it's a pity that I didn't even dare to touch it, let alone take 4/5 of its HP, this is really troublesome, the tiger dragon is awake. Lu Chen's eyes were still closed, and his eyebrows were tightly knitted. There were still 9 seconds left in the breathing tank. Just a little bit more. Earth-splitting chasm. Lu Chen quickly used the same trick again. However, the tiger dragon had already been tricked once, it would definitely not let him succeed again. The black dragon was beaten up for 50 seconds, it was burning with anger and used Heaven's Wrath. Dragon's Wrath attack, Beast Tide. The dark eye of the gods gave a warning of the skill. The entire area in front of the black dragon was marked as a warning area. Lu Chen was secretly shocked. Damn it, it was almost continuous damage across the entire map. Without even thinking, with his current HP, he would die if he touched the skill. However, Lu Chen was not willing to sacrifice his attack speed, at this point, he could not dodge it, and it was impossible to dodge it. Lu Chen clenched his teeth and activated his ultimate move in advance. Triple Door. The moment before the tiger dragon's skill was used, Lu Chen activated Triple Door and teleported himself behind the tiger dragon. However, the tiger flood dragon seemed to have predicted that Lu Chen would appear behind it, and immediately activated its second Heaven's Might skill. Dragon Aura Attack, Strangle. The tiger flood dragon's huge body moved quickly. Its reverse scales stood out like blades. After the reverse scale changed its form, the amount of water it expelled increased. As the tiger flood dragon's body rolled, it was like rows of paddles. Its rolling speed became even faster, and it created a huge amount of water. As soon as Lu Chen appeared, he was quickly pulled in by this irresistible force. As long as he was dragged to the side of the black flood dragon, he would definitely be surrounded by the surrounding reverse scales and be strangled to death. Furthermore, this was a heavenly wrath attack. Normal defense would be ineffective against it. Forget about his 6 million HP, even if he had 600 million HP, he would not be able to last long. The tiger dragon's skills were all very strong, and almost all of them were sure-hit skills. Under such a pulling force, Lu Chen would inevitably be pulled into this huge meat grinder. 8 seconds left. Fortunately, the triple door had already sent Lu Chen into his attack range. 3000 instantaneous slash. 11 consecutive slashes under invincibility. Every attack was a 5-hit combo. 60 million damage. Once again, he stunned and silenced, interrupting the Tiger Flood Dragon's 2 Heaven's Might skills. 8 Baron Heaven and Earth. Heaven's Might at 1000% of full attack power. Lu Chen's physical attack was 280,000, his poison attack was 1,240,000, a total of 1,500,000. With an 80% increase in damage, it was a total of 27 million damage. The Tiger Flood Dragon with 1.5 billion HP also lost a lot of its HP after these 2 attacks. However, this was not Lu Chen's strongest attack. Heaven and Earth Annihilation, Back Strike. Retain the flash effect, cancel 500% physical attack, change it to Tiger Descends the Mountain. 10 consecutive hits. Heaven and Earth Annihilation, Earth Shattering. Lu Chen flashed to the top of the Tiger Flood Dragon's head and attacked fiercely. The Tiger Flood Dragon's huge body was directly blasted to the bottom of the lake, stirring up a large amount of mud and messing up the entire Tiger Flood Dragon lake. Heaven and Earth Annihilation, Back Strike. Heaven and Earth Annihilation, Skies Fall. This attack directly hit the Tiger Flood Dragon from the bottom of the lake to the surface. On the shore of the Tiger Flood Dragon Lake, from the moment Lu Chen fell into the water, the students could no longer see the battle. Of course, people no longer have any illusions. The reason why they haven't left yet is that they are waiting for the final result. Do you think that madman will be hanged by an ice thorn again? It's very likely. The Tiger Flood Dragon is cruel and takes pleasure in torturing people. I don't think it will be so easy to kill him. Yes, that guy also deliberately angered the Tiger Flood Dragon. Maybe this time he will die even more miserably than before. Fighting with the Tiger Flood Dragon in the water. I really don't know what he is thinking. Hearing these people's discussion, Sengoku Yenran finally couldn't help but whisper, "Enough. What qualifications do you have to laugh at him? Don't forget, he can abuse you like a game. He is now dealing with the Tiger Flood Dragon. Don't talk about the Tiger Flood Dragon. Who can fight the boss alone?" Yenran is still very famous in the heart-refining courtyard, and what Yenran said directly hit everyone's weakness. After being reprimanded by Yenran, several people did not dare to talk back, but someone asked in a low voice. "Sister Yenran, don't you hate him very much?" Sengoku Yenran looked at the ice thorn still standing on the lake and took a deep breath. "I hate him, but when he broke free from there and did not surrender to the Tiger Flood Dragon, he also won my respect. Not everyone can be like him, no matter what kind of opponent he faces, he will never bow his head. He is already very strong, but he is never satisfied, he is still breaking through himself. Maybe this is why he can be so strong." After hearing this, everyone fell into silence. Even if that person loses to the Tiger Flood Dragon, so what? How many people in the heart-refining courtyard can kill the Tiger Flood Dragon? But with his unyielding character, maybe one day in the future, he can really defeat the Tiger Flood Dragon. However, at this time, a turbid bubble suddenly appeared on the surface of the lake. The bubble burst, and there was a rotten stench. At first, the bubble was only 1, 2, 3, or 4, and then it became 5, 6, 7, or 8. A large piece of it turned up. Huh? What's going on? What's going on at the bottom of the lake? The bubble turned for a while and then stopped, but about 10 seconds later, the surface of the lake bubbled again. There is a fierce battle at the bottom of the lake. Sengoku Yenran suddenly felt nervous. It has been almost a minute since the madman fell into the water. With his blood, state, and the strength of the Tiger Flood Dragon, killing him is just a matter of time. How can there be such a big movement? That man. Is he still struggling? By the way, that guy said he still has a life. Sure enough, he is a madman. You obviously can't win. Admit defeat, otherwise the tiger flood dragon will continue to torture you. Sengoku Yenran also couldn't bear it. Speaking of which, although that guy is overbearing, he is not really bad. I still remember in the monster beast forest, his mouth was fierce to those mythological beast cubs, but his expression was so gentle and doting. In fact, he also has a cute side, but in front of the tiger flood dragon, it is useless to struggle. Where there is life, there is hope. Why don't you admit defeat? Sengoku Yenran said anxiously. At this moment, a big bump suddenly rose on the surface of the lake. In the blink of an eye, the big bump broke, and a black shadow was directly thrown out. The huge flying ability of Skyfall directly hit the tiger flood dragon out of the water and rushed to the sky. Skyfall is also a skill of human nature. If you want to hit the sky, then you must hit the sky. It's the tiger flood dragon. Sengoku Yenran was stunned. Not only did people see the tiger flood dragon, but they also saw the tiger flood dragon's blood. 15 blood, only 260 million left at this time. This is. What happened? On the shore of the tiger flood dragon lake, a shocked face looked at the tiger flood dragon that was blown away in horror. Immediately afterward, a red figure flashed and came to the top of the tiger flood dragon's head. Are humans ants? The taste of being defeated by ants must not be good. Lu Chen's eyes glowed with green light. With an angry shout, universe annihilation annihilation. Chapter 413. One attack, 34 million heaven's wrath damage. Countless people's mouths were agape as their eyes were filled with disbelief. 34 million. What kind of damage is this? Damn, is this the true strength of that guy? Senior, didn't you say he was a beast tamer? Why is his melee damage so high? Even Kan Sheng and Old Ma, who were watching from the dean's office, were shocked by Lu Chen's damage. Heaven and Earth 8 Desolation was already terrifying enough, but this kid had an even higher damage Heaven's Wrath skill. No, maybe it's not because of the skill. Kan Sheng suddenly realized. Many advanced Heaven's Wrath skills can increase their combat power by 10 or even 20 times. The reason why his damage is so terrifying is because his own attack power is too terrifying. Old Ma frowned. Impossible. The damage of a grade 2 Heaven's Wrath skill can't exceed 20 times the total attack power. This kid dealt 34 million damage, which means his total attack power is at least 7 million. Looking at his normal attack, it does have a combo effect, but it can only deal 300,000 damage at most. He should have other types of attacks. Kan Sheng calculated in his mind. Although Heaven and Earth Annihilation didn't kill the tiger dragon instantly, this attack was powerful and directly impaled the tiger dragon on the extreme cold heavenly ice spike. After being impaled by the heavenly ice spike, the tiger dragon lost 25% of its remaining HP. This was interesting. The heavenly ice spike was supposed to be used to hang Lu Chen's corpse, but now it was impaled by the heavenly ice spike and couldn't break free. Roar! The tiger dragon let out a painful roar that shook heaven and earth. How dare you do this to this king? Lu Chen opened his demon wings and hovered in front of the tiger dragon, coldly looking at it. Little furball. Suddenly, a cute pet appeared in Lu Chen's hand. Seeing this guy, the players of Group 7 by the Tiger Dragon Lake were all frightened. It's that battle pet. No way, what is he going to do? Someone next to them was puzzled. What kind of pet is that? It's so cute. What's with that expression? Is that thing scary? A member of Group 7 shook his head. It's not scary, it's very scary. Trust me, you'll find out later that that guy isn't cute at all. Lu Chen looked at little furball and smiled. It has less than 200 million HP left. Do you know what to do now? Squeak squeak squeak. Okay, go ahead. Oh, right, eat slowly. I want him to experience the feeling of being tortured and killed, okay? Oh, squeak, Lu Chen casually tossed the little furball out. During the flight, the little furball's body grew bigger. By the time it reached the tiger flood dragon, it had grown to the size of a giant beast. Of course, in front of the tiger flood dragon, little furball was several sizes smaller. The furry ball grabbed the tiger dragon's tail and bit down on it, ignoring the damage from the reverse scale. With this bite, the tiger flood dragon immediately cried out in pain. At the same time, there were 3 debuffs on the tiger jiao's body: physical damage, 1 layer, physical vulnerability, 1 layer, debuff, heavy injury, 1 layer, debuff, heavy injury, 1 layer. The first 2 debuffs didn't matter, but the most important one was heavy injury, bleeding. In 1 second, the tiger flood dragon's HP dropped by 15 million. Little furball recovered the same amount of HP in 1 second, which was 15 million HP per second. In front of such a terrifying recovery, the damage from the reverse scale was nothing. What are you doing? Take this thing away from me. The tiger flood dragon was stabbed by the heavenly ice spike and couldn't finish it off. Looking at a large rat eating its body, it was terrified and in extreme pain. Unfortunately, Lu Chen just looked at it with a smile. Why don't you beg me? Beg? As a tiger flood dragon, it naturally wouldn't bow to Lu Chen. It turned to roar at little furball. How dare you eat me? I am the king of the monster forest. I am. I have the blood of the dragon, I have the aura of the dragon. Little furball was definitely a bug-level existence. What aura of the dragon? In front of it, the tiger flood dragon was now a grilled squid skewer. Another bite, heavy injury, bleeding, stacked 2 times, losing 30 million HP per second. The third bite, heavy injury, bleeding, lost 45 million HP, and the fourth bite lost 60 million HP. This kind of HP loss speed was simply incredible, but people no longer paid attention to the tiger flood dragon's HP. Its body had become bloody. The whole scene could only be described as bloody and cruel. Zhang Guiyanran broke out in cold sweat. Now it seemed that if this madman hadn't been merciful, the Black Dragon King would have definitely been eaten alive by that furball. Those players who just thought that little furball was just a cute pet were all trembling with fear. This thing is really not a normal horror. Cute. It does have times when it is cute, but it depends on who it is facing. If it is not its master, it is absolutely untouchable. I beg you. The tiger flood dragon roared, I beg you, don't let it eat my body again. The noble tiger flood dragon, under the crazy nibbling of little furball, finally surrendered. However, at this moment, Lu Chen did not stop little furball. I'm sorry, I just let you try, but I didn't say that I would promise you. Lu Chen snorted coldly. This was also the first time that Lu Chen let little furball eat. To be honest, he also felt his heart tremble. Yao Lao's worries were really right. This guy really was an existence beyond the rules. Tiger Flood Dragon was strong, but it was eaten by little furball so unscrupulously, after a few times, it died. Little furball felt that Tiger Flood Dragon was dead, and it seemed that it had no interest in this kind of corpse, so it put down Tiger Flood Dragon's tail, shrank its body, and jumped back to Lu Chen's hand. The little guy in Lu Chen's palm, 2 small claws wiped the blood from its mouth, and returned to its cute appearance. Didn't I tell you to eat slowly? Squeak, squeak. It can't stop eating. You little thing, that's a Tiger Flood Dragon, almost a dragon. Your appetite is too big. Lu Chen shook his head, feeling powerless. Killed Tiger Jiao Dragon, Monster Forest Map Boss. Captured 50 million spiritual energy. Obtained 101st rank 8 talent fragment. Obtained 101st rank 8 evolution points. Obtained 42 pure spiritual energy. Ding! Obtained Flood Dragon Mysterious Scale Armor, Dazzling Gold Outer Garment, Reverse Water Scale Rune Sword, Dazzling Gold Weapon, Water Avoidance Pearl, Dark Gold Treasure, Tiger Flood Dragon Core, Quest Item, Tiger Flood Dragon Scales, Dark Gold Material, *8, Tiger Flood Dragon Serum, Dark Gold Alchemy Material, Dragon Bone, Dark Gold Material. The information about the items he obtained flooded the screen. Dazzling Gold Armor and Dazzling Gold Weapon. Oh, not bad, not bad. Wait, where's my heaven-level cultivation method? Oh, maybe it's the Tiger Flood Dragon Core. Huh, I finally got a heaven-level cultivation method. After saying this, Lu Chen's gaze swept over the tens of thousands of people at the lakeside. He used stealth and disappeared. Chapter 4:14. Lu Chen had already disappeared, but the onlookers by the lakeside stood still for a long time as if they had been frozen. It was only after a while that someone woke up from the shock. These super geniuses, who could only be selected from 1 in 100,000 people, were all amazed. He killed the tiger dragon. Oh my god, someone really did it. That's too fierce. 1.5 billion HP, and he only used 1 minute. How did he do it? What happened at the bottom of the lake? So there really is someone who can solo a boss, and it's the strongest boss of the second celestial realm. He's not human at all. Can a normal person do such a thing? This is too scary. Everyone around Gui Yanran sighed and was shocked. She herself was shocked as well. Originally, everyone thought that this guy was too arrogant, but now they knew that the mission of killing the old man and snatching the rainbow gold was too low-key for someone who could solo a tiger dragon. This guy's strength has already surpassed the second celestial realm. Not far away, a little girl in white repeated this sentence in her mind, it's him, great, I finally found you, Big Brother. Big Brother is very strong, great. After defeating the tiger dragon, Lu Chen suddenly realized a problem. He could fly in the heart refining courtyard. Perhaps it was because of the tiger flood dragon's pressure that he couldn't fly here. Since he had defeated the tiger flood dragon, this pressure was no longer qualified to restrict him. Lu Chen did not want to walk from the bottom of the lake, so he flew directly to the balcony outside the dean's room. At this time, Ken Sheng and Old Ma saw Lu Chen landing on their balcony from the crystal ball. The two of them looked at each other. No way, he flew here. Yes, maybe because he killed the tiger dragon, he has special privileges. Lu Chen looked through the window and saw the two of them looking at the crystal ball. The crystal ball can be used like this? Lu Chen was also quite surprised, but since they had already seen each other, Lu Chen directly opened the door and walked in. Dean, the tiger dragon is dead, I'm here to get the skill book. Remnant Life hurriedly put away the crystal ball. At this time, facing Lu Chen, he was a little uncertain about his position. Although he was the dean of the heart-tempering courtyard, and Lu Chen was the dean of the heart-tempering courtyard, it meant that he was Lu Chen's mentor. However, with Lu Chen's strength, he had only come to the heart-tempering courtyard for cultivation techniques, not to become a disciple. He was afraid that he did not have the qualifications to be this fellow's teacher. I really didn't expect you to really kill the tiger dragon. Old Ma shook his head and sighed. I didn't expect that I would be lucky enough to meet someone who can complete this task. Nameless, I've really underestimated you. I didn't think that someone would be able to obtain a heaven-tier cultivation technique during my tenure. Remnant Life was also somewhat excited. I've seen your battle, it's truly breathtaking. However, Lu Chen didn't feel happy at all. This time, the battle wasn't perfect. At the beginning, I was almost killed by the tiger dragon. It was such a failure. There was also the second battle with the tiger dragon. I intentionally chose to battle it in the water. On one hand, I thought of a way to deal with it. On the other hand, it was also to test my strength. However, I actually didn't manage to kill it within 60 seconds. The damage was still lacking by a bit. Hearing Lu Chen's self-blame shaking his head, Remnant Life and Old Ma were stunned and couldn't interrupt. With this performance, he still wasn't satisfied. Cough cough, don't forget that you were dealing with the tiger dragon in the water. Don't talk about killing it within 60 seconds. As long as you were able to kill it in the end, it would already be a great achievement. Yes, you can't say this outside. Otherwise, people will only think that you're too arrogant. Lu Chen smiled slightly. It doesn't matter. I'm already used to people saying this to me. Moreover, I won't be willing to say this to anyone. Alright, listening to a big shot's inner thoughts was indeed not a comfortable thing. Oh right, Dean, Old Ma, how do I exchange my reward? Nameless, come with us. This time, Remnant Life personally brought Lu Chen and Old Ma to the cultivation method hall. Under normal circumstances, students would exchange for cultivation methods directly from Old Ma. They almost never had the chance to enter the cultivation method hall. However, this time was obviously different from the past. The cultivation method hall was located in a pagoda-like building. There were no levels inside. In the middle stood a thick pillar that went straight to the roof. This pillar was actually a bookshelf. Different cultivation methods were placed on each level. Beside the stone pillar, there were stone steps spiraling upwards along with the stone pillar. Yu Xing led Lu Chen up. When they reached the top level, it was different from the other levels. The surroundings were sealed and there was an iron door that blocked the three of them. There was no key to the iron door. On the door, there was a strange indent. Nameless, put the tiger dragon's core on it. Lu Chen took out the tiger dragon's core. After rotating it, he placed it precisely into the indent. The door slowly opened. Nameless, keep the tiger dragon's core first. You will need it later. You can go in by yourself. Remnant Life said, in fact, after I became the principal of the heart refining courtyard, I found out that there are actually 3 heaven-level cultivation methods sealed here. 3. Then I can get all of them if I kill the tiger dragon 2 more times. Remnant Life resisted the cold sweat on his forehead and did not slide down. This guy said he wanted to kill the tiger dragon. Was this something a human would say? Cough cough, no, each person only has 1 chance to exchange. So, choose the most suitable one for you. You also know that heaven-level cultivation methods are heaven-defying existences at least in the 2nd layer of heaven. Lu Chen was somewhat disappointed. He hated multiple-choice questions the most. Fine, I'll just choose. When Lu Chen was about to enter the heaven-level cultivation method room, Remnant Life suddenly called out to him. Nameless. Principal, do you have any instructions? No, I have a question. Lu Chen thought for a moment and then looked at the principal, waiting for him to ask. Did you evolve your god's might underwater? The most terrifying thing about the tiger dragon is its 2nd layer dragon's might. However, I discovered that after it activated its dragon's might, which is when you fell into the water, your attributes did not decrease. The tiger dragon's might not only increased its own attributes, but it could also affect other units that were weaker than it. All of their attributes would decrease by 20%. However, Lu Chen was not affected by it during the underwater battle. Lu Chen looked at Remnant Life and Old Ma. In their eyes, he could only see the thirst for knowledge. The 2 of you have observed very carefully. I did evolve my god's might underwater. Alright, if the 2 of you have nothing else, I will go in first. Remnant Life and Old Ma naturally still had a lot of questions. However, these were all extremely private questions. The fact that he was willing to tell them that he was at the 2nd layer of heaven was already very generous. It was not convenient for them to continue asking. Alright, Nameless. I hope you can find a heaven-level cultivation method that belongs to you. Thank you. Chapter 4:15. When Lu Chen entered the room, there were 3 crystal seats in front of him, on which 3 scrolls were floating. The scrolls themselves were strange. The first one was surrounded by bolts of lightning. Every now and then, electric arcs would flash across. Thunder Jyotian Art, a low-rank heaven-level skill of the Thunder family, focused on close-range combat. There were 9 moves in total. The second book was engulfed in raging flames, but the scroll was not damaged in the slightest. Burning Sun and Burning Sky, a low-rank heaven-level auxiliary skill of the Fire family, focused on long-range attacks. The third one was Blood Drop. Blood Essence Beast Heart, a low-rank heaven-level skill of telepathy with battle pets, focused on puppets. The 3 skills covered both long-range and close-range attacks. They were suitable for almost every class. But the problem for Lu Chen was that he didn't have a class, which also meant that he was an all-rounder. Every cultivation method was compatible with him. He didn't even need to think about the Thunder Jyotian Art. Coupled with his freakish close-range attacks, it would definitely be useful. The Fire Essence Beast Heart could multiply the power of the bow and arrow. Besides, Lu Chen's long-range attacks were weaker than his close-range attacks. With the help of the Fire Essence Beast Heart, he could make up for this shortcoming. As a matter of fact, Lu Chen liked using the bow and arrow, especially considering that when his battle pets matured, it would be better for him to restrain his opponents from a distance. That being the case, the Fire Essence Beast Heart was a good choice. Lu Chen had many battle pets, not to mention the Fire Essence Beast Heart. Damn it! It's so hard to choose. Lu Chen held his forehead and frowned. Just as he was hesitating, he suddenly saw a strange stone pillar standing behind the 3 books of cultivation techniques. Huh! What's this stone for? It looks like a strength-testing stone. Lu Chen walked around the 3 skills and went to the stone pillar. He touched the stone pillar and the system introduced the item. Destiny Stone. If you find it difficult to choose, you can ask the Destiny Stone to choose a suitable skill for you. The Destiny Stone will choose the best option for you based on your attributes, including but not limited to the data displayed on the interface. Usage: place both hands on the Destiny Stone and cultivate pure spirit energy at the same time. Lu Chen suddenly felt a sense of relief. It was as if there was a professional next to him who could provide him with advice when he had difficulty making a decision. After thinking about it, Lu Chen decided to listen to Stone's opinion. Lu Chen hugged the stone pillar. Big brother, help me test it. Test it carefully. I'm counting on this book to beat Master Spiritual Martial Apothecary. With that said, Lu Chen simply wrapped his legs around the stone pillar, sticking to it like a piece of plaster. It was as if the more one stuck to the stone, the more accurate the final result would be. With this monkey form, Lu Chen began to cultivate pure spiritual energy, testing Destiny Stone, Thunderclap Jyotian Art, 67% compatibility. Does not meet the selection criteria. Scorching Sun Burning Sky Triple Flame Art, 42% compatibility. Does not meet the selection criteria. Blood Essence Beast Heart Art, 32% compatibility. Does not meet the selection criteria. Does not meet the selection criteria. What the fuck? Lu Chen was shocked. He originally thought that all the books were suitable for him, but the professional said that none of them were suitable for him. But in terms of compatibility, Thunderclap Jyotian should be the best. Close combat books are more suitable for me. Second seal unlocked. What the hell? Lu Chen was suddenly energized. Was there another choice? Locked book. Do you accept Destiny Stone's suggestion? Lu Chen blinked his eyes. Speaking of which, the opinions of professionals should be much better than his own. Also, Destiny Stone said that it had unlocked the second seal. If Thunderclap Jyotian Art was the first seal, then the second seal should be stronger. Accept. You have accepted Destiny Stone's suggestion. Destiny Stone has completed the selection for you. You can come down from Destiny Stone. Lu Chen let go of Destiny Stone. Not long after, a small black hole appeared in front of him. A book fell out, and Lu Chen caught it. "This is the book you helped me choose. Let's see what it is." The book's title was, not white, green, blue, purple, orange, dark gold, or dazzling gold, but red words. This was the first time Lu Chen saw an item with red words. Divine Demon 3 Transformations, Heaven Level, Restriction, Technique, Technique Description, Divine Demon coexists, changes in heaven and earth. Heavenly Tao, passive. This technique will not be affected by the suppression effect of other techniques. Increase innate power by 50%. Reduce negative effects by 50%. Earth, passive. All elemental damage increased by 100%. Human Tao, passive. Greed, anger, infatuation. Greed, when an item is dropped, there is a 5% chance of double the drop. Anger, when rage reaches 100%, the current four-dimensional attributes increase by 50%. Infatuation, increase the efficiency of cultivating spiritual pills by 50%. Insanity, for every 1% of health lost, increase attack speed and movement speed by 4%. Increase damage by 4%. Reduce cooldown of techniques by 1%. Stackable with other effects. When Lu Chen saw this, he immediately looked at the effects of his innate godly might and the other techniques with heavenly might. Burning godly might and defiant demonic might could increase his attributes by up to 600,000 points. At the same time, the duration of weakness and backlash was reduced to 3 days. It can actually increase the effects of innate godly might. TSK, this heaven-level technique is quite powerful. Heaven and Earth 8 Desolation increased by 15 times, Universal Annihilation increased by 75 times. If I activate it under Dragon Blood Boil, it will increase by another 80%. This is very scary. Earth increased elemental damage. Lu Chen did not have any elemental damage now, so he did not need to use it for now. However, it would probably be very useful in the future. The last one, Human Tao, added 4 passives in one go. It's a bit complicated, but it's passive anyway. I don't need to use it actively. Speaking of which, Insanity seems to be the upgraded version of Land of Death. I don't need to damage my own health. It increases attack speed, movement speed, damage, and cooldown of techniques. 3 Divine Transformations, enter divine form from human form. First transformation, current attributes of self and divine battle pets increased by 0%. All attacks changed by 0% to lightning type attacks. Current cultivation progress 0/100 hours, second transformation, unlocked. Unlocking condition, first transformation of God to 100%. Third transformation, unlocked. Unlocking condition, second transformation of God to 100%. Huh. What the hell? Increase by 0%? Lu Chen was a bit confused. When he saw the cultivation progress, Lu Chen understood that this thing needed to be cultivated. 3 Demonic Transformations, enter divine form from non-human form. First transformation, damage of self and divine battle pets increased by 0%. All attacks changed by 0% to dark-type attacks. At the same time, you will be punished by the heavens and receive 0% damage. Current cultivation progress 0/100 hours, the second and third demonic transformations were also not unlocked. He also needed to level up the first 2. The first 2 passives are very strong. The active skills are a bit troublesome, but it's not bad. This kind of attribute increase, damage increase is effective regardless of whether it's close range or long range. It can also affect battle pets. It's really suitable for me. The most important thing now is to find a place to level up the first transformation. I think the damage will not be low. Thinking of this, Lu Chen left in a hurry. Chapter 4:16. After coming out, Lu Chen realized that Can Sheng and Old Ma were still waiting for him outside. Nameless, have you chosen? Lu Chen nodded. Yes, I asked the Destiny Stone to help me choose. There's a Destiny Stone inside? Can Sheng and Old Ma were surprised. Isn't that something that only Stage 3 geniuses have? Oh, that's right. A heaven-grade cultivation technique shouldn't appear in Stage 2, so it's normal to have a Destiny Stone. Lu Chen thought for a moment and said to Old Ma, Teacher Ma, can I still exchange my 1100 rainbow gold stones for cultivation techniques? Of course, you can. You defeated the tiger dragon, so you can save 300 rainbow gold stones. Lu Chen nodded. Then I'll choose a high-grade earth-grade cultivation technique. He fully displayed his greedy nature and definitely wouldn't waste the resources on hand. Okay. Just as Lu Chen was about to leave with Old Ma, Can Sheng suddenly said, Nameless, you already obtained the strongest cultivation technique in the heart-refining courtyard. Are you going to leave in the future? Lu Chen originally came to the heart-refining courtyard to exchange for cultivation techniques. Since he could only choose one heaven-grade cultivation technique, then he probably wouldn't spend a few months to exchange for a high-grade earth-grade cultivation technique. Dean, I will probably leave after exchanging for the cultivation technique. Can Sheng was slightly disappointed and sighed. Although the heart-refining courtyard didn't teach you anything, and I don't dare to call myself your teacher, you are still a student under my tenure. Saying this, Can Sheng took out a jade pendant and handed it over. Nameless, I've investigated your information before. I know that you're from Earth, so I'm almost certain that you don't have any background. If you need help in the third heaven domain, perhaps this token can help you. Lu Chen frowned slightly. Dean, this, Old Ma stared at the token in Remnant Life's hand with his eyes wide open. His mind was spinning rapidly. Seeing that Lu Chen was still hesitating, he hurriedly said, Nameless, quickly accept it. I'm almost certain that the third heaven is not what you think it is. The more friends you have, the more options you have. Besides, the Dean's token is not ordinary. Lu Chen thought about it. Although he was confident that he could continue to make his own way, Old Ma was right. The more friends he had, the more options he would have. Besides, he was a person who liked to make friends. As long as the person's character was good, he was willing to have one more friend. Speaking of which, back then, the Crown Prince had also wanted to make friends with Lu Chen, but his attitude was clearly different. Can Sheng did not ask for anything from Lu Chen. This was the most fundamental difference. Okay, then, thank you very much, Dean. Lu Chen took the token. At the same time, the system also gave him the item information. 2-star clan VIP token has been bound to your character. Lu Chen was not too clear on what a 2-star clan was, but a VIP should be a relatively honorable guest. It seemed that Dean Life wanted to make friends with him. Seeing Lu Chen accept the token, Can Sheng smiled. Nameless, Old Ma, you guys go and choose a cultivation technique. I have something to do, so I'll be leaving first. After saying goodbye to the Dean, Lu Chen followed Old Ma to choose a high-grade earth-tier cultivation technique. After looking around, Lu Chen chose a movement technique. Before he knew that there was a heaven-tier cultivation technique, Lu Chen would have definitely chosen an offensive one. But now that he had the 3 transformations of the demonic god, Lu Chen could make up for his shortcomings. His movement technique was a bit weak now, and he was often suppressed. In the water, he was almost dragged to death by the water ghosts. He needed to upgrade it. Ghost Shadows. Seeing this name, Lu Chen felt that it was very wretched. He liked it very much. A high-grade earth-tier movement technique was already very strong. The Ghost Shadows movement technique combined illusions and displacement. It had 3 layers of displacement. It was very powerful. After exchanging for the cultivation technique, Old Ma looked at Lu Chen. After thinking for a while, he also took out a token. Lu Chen was speechless. Old Ma, no way, you also, hee, sigh, I can't compare to Kan Sheng. He's a clan elder, and I'm just a handyman. Old Ma laughed. Actually, we came to the second heaven to find talents. Although we might not be able to rope them in, at least we can become friends. At least we won't be enemies when we meet in the future. Nameless, please don't dislike it. If we really compare clans, my clan might not be worse than the Dean's. Lu Chen blinked his eyes. When other people gave gifts, they would feel embarrassed if they gave this and not that. But now, when he received gifts, he could not just accept the Dean's gift and not Old Ma's. Sigh, it was hard to be a human. Then, thank you. 2-star clan retainer token has been bound to your identity. Lu Chen kept Old Ma's token. Old Ma, I also have to leave. Let's meet again. Oh, Nameless, there's one more thing you have to pay attention to. Old Ma suddenly said. Ah. What is it? I heard that someone is unhappy with you and found an expert to deal with you. You have to be careful. Lu Chen smiled. If they want to deal with me, then so be it. I'm already used to it. After speaking, Lu Chen turned and walked out of the cultivation technique hall. With his back facing Old Ma, he waved his hand. Old Ma, don't always stay in the heart refinement courtyard. If there's a chance, let's meet in the third heaven. Old Ma smiled and shook his head. Speaking of which, he was old and did not have the heart to fight. However, after staying in the heart refinement courtyard for so long, especially after seeing such a young talent display his strength, he was indeed itching to fight. Speaking of which, my term of office is almost over. When the time comes, we might really meet again. Out of the cultivation technique hall, it suddenly became noisy outside. There were still many students here. When people saw Lu Chen, many people around suddenly looked at him. That madman is out. Did he change his heaven-level cultivation technique? Wow, heaven-level cultivation technique. My God, I'm so envious. Isn't that strong? This guy shouldn't have gone to the heavenly domain boss, right? What kind of heaven-level cultivation technique did he change? I really want to see it. At this moment, a beautiful figure walked in front of Lu Chen. Hey, are you leaving the heart refinement courtyard? I haven't defeated you yet. Lu Chen frowned and looked at Zhang Guiyanran. Does this woman have to be so persistent? Well, I'm leaving. There's nothing I need here. Zhang Guiyanran's expression was stagnant. It seemed that she was nothing in this guy's eyes. Also, she said that she wanted to defeat Lu Chen, but the strength between the two of them, at present, she still needed to work harder to make up for it. Then, can you give me your voice transmission talisman? In the future, when I challenge you, I won't be unable to find you. When Yanran said this, her voice was a little small, and she didn't look very confident. This feeling, it was like a girl taking the initiative to ask a boy for his phone. Just add me as a friend. Lu Chen sent a friend request. Oh, right. Lu Chen suddenly thought of something. I still have some gems, do you need them? Lu Chen only knew Yanran in the heart refinement courtyard, so he gave the remaining 100 colored gold gems to Yanran. But Yanran refused. This is colored gold gems. This is too expensive, I can't accept it. You really are a madman. If you put these gems on the trading area of the Galaxy's official website, you can exchange them for a lot of equipment. This thing will be bought almost as soon as it appears. Lu Chen thought about it, so it can be like this. Yanran looked like a lady from a big family. She said it was expensive but refused to accept it. She didn't like to take small advantages. Then he would give it to Lu Yi and the others. However, Lu Chen's actions did make Zhanggui Yanran have a deeper impression of Lu Chen. Hey, madman, third heavenly layer, I will definitely catch up with you. Lu Chen smiled slightly, come on. After 2 months in the heart refinement courtyard, Lu Chen looked around, no longer reluctant, spread his wings and flew into the sky. Chapter 4:17. Looking at the red figure in the sky, Kenshin opened the office door and shook his head. Flying in the heart refinement courtyard, even I don't have the authority to do that, kid, level 3, we'll meet again. As Kenshin lowered his head and was about to return to his room, he saw a girl in the crowd downstairs with a faint white light around her. The layer of white light was very thin and could not be seen clearly. Only when one had a good view from afar could they tell that there was a slight difference between the air around her and the surroundings. Kenshin stopped and frowned. It's the North Snow family's celestial trace. That little girl planted a celestial trace talisman on Nameless. Someone from the North Snow family came to the heart refinement courtyard. Why does she have Nameless whereabouts? Lu Chen directly flew back to the Spirit Condensation Mountain range. He could cultivate the Heaven Tier cultivation technique here. Moreover, his army had been built for a long time. After being delayed in the heart refinement courtyard for so long, Lu Chen did not have the time to come and take a look. At that moment, in the uninhabited Spirit Condensation Mountain range, the construction of a small territory had been completed. 10 tigers, 8 heads, 3 idiots, and a group of army subordinates were training their spiritual power under the guidance of 2 mountains. When he checked the 3-stage for spiritual sources in the territory, Lu Chen found that there was a buff beside the spiritual sources avatars. Abundant spiritual energy. When the surrounding spiritual energy is abundant, the spiritual sources will automatically absorb the surrounding pure spiritual energy. At the same time, when training beside the spiritual sources, the training speed will increase by 200%. Damn! Lu Chen's eyes widened. He did not expect that building a territory in the Spirit Condensation Mountain range would have such a benefit. Currently, a few of the spiritual sources had been upgraded to Stage 4, Level 3, which was absorbed by them. I'm rich, I'm rich. This is indeed a treasure land. Now that the army was built, Lu Chen could continue to increase the strength of the army in the future. In addition, Lu Chen's personal dungeon was also completed. He spent some gold coins to upgrade the dungeon to level 55 and placed it on the side of the Spirit Condensation Mountain range near Nya Yuan village. When the dungeon reached level 50, the cost increased by 100 times to 1 million gold coins. However, Lu Chen had 200 million yuan on him now, so 1 million yuan was a piece of cake for him. Let's set the dungeon's difficulty to the lowest. I can post it on the forums and let the Earth players train here. They have levels and equipment, and I can earn more money. After that was done, Lu Chen released Xiao Min, the baby divine beast, Rhubarb, the furball, and Xiao Yuan, and let them play by themselves. Little furball, these. He couldn't eat any of them. Do you understand? Lu Chen paid special attention to the smallest one among them. He had no choice. If this guy didn't remind him, by the time Lu Chen finished his cultivation, there would be no one else here. Little furball nodded obediently. He still had to listen to his boss. If you're really hungry, let big sister Xiao Min, Rhubarb, and little Yuan take you to Dragon War Field. But don't go too far. I'll be cultivating in the mountains. Erzhan and the rest of you, if you want to level up, let little Yuan and little furball take you to our personal dungeon. You won't be able to use it that many times anyway. After everything was settled, Lu Chen logged onto the official website and announced the opening of his personal dungeon. Then, he found a comfortable lawn and prepared to cultivate the 3 transformations of gods and demons. On Earth's Jyotian official website, someone quickly discovered Mad God's post. Mad God's post immediately caused an uproar around the world. Huh? Mad God posted? Mad God is still here. What? Mad God's personal dungeon is open again. The difficulty is currently at its lowest. That's great. We can farm the dungeon now. Mad God's personal dungeon gives a lot of EXP. There's hope for us to level up. Now, we finally have a way to close the gap between us and the second celestial stage players. Lu Chen had just entered his cultivation state when Li Muhua called. Chen. Your personal dungeon is still here. Li Muhua was very excited on the phone. Yes, why not? That's great. That's great. I knew you wouldn't be depressed just like that. Lu Chen was a little confused. By the way, Chen, the Earth Alliance wants to discuss with you. What's the limit of your personal dungeon? After breaking through to level 50, the daily limit of the dungeon increased from 100,000 to 500,000. 500,000, what's wrong? Well, the Earth Alliance wants to contract 300,000 times. You know, the starting point of the players on Earth is too low. Even if it's much better now, we're still very weak. Leveling up is very important. We plan to maximize the value of the personal dungeon so that the strongest players can level up quickly. That can't be helped. Everyone can only attempt it 3 times at most. I can't change that. I know. What I mean is, can you open 300,000 times to the Earth Alliance? You know, once the dungeon is opened, there will be a sea of people. We may not be able to get a chance. Lu Chen thought about it. The Earth Alliance's role was obvious. Their overall arrangement would definitely be more efficient than everyone fighting for the dungeon. Most importantly, it didn't matter to Lu Chen who went to challenge it. He would give the gold coins and the money he should give. What the higher-ups mean is, if you can let us contract 300,000 times, we'll pay you an extra $1 million per day. The level 55 dungeon fee adhered to the Jiutian philosophy of free of charge. Although there was a fee, each 10-person team could only charge $55 per attempt. On average, each person would only charge $5. But even so, if there were about 170,000 times of the dungeon fee, the daily income of the dungeon would still reach a terrifying 9.35 million. With the additional 1 million, Lu Chen's daily income would exceed 10 million. Okay, I'll open a separate entrance for you. You can use the dynamic password to enter. The dynamic password generation system will be directly controlled by you. Okay, thanks. I'll go talk to the higher-ups now. After hanging up, Lu Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Now he could cultivate in peace. 100 hours, which was a little more than 4 days. Anyway, he could sleep while cultivating. Lu Chen decided to cultivate the first transformation of celestial demons as soon as possible within 10 days. 10 days. Forget it, forget it. For the sake of the celestial level skill, I'll cultivate. Jiutian had passed since Lunatic left the Purified Heart Courtyard. The atmosphere of the Purified Heart Courtyard had returned to normal. Cooperation and competition coexisted, especially for the Rainbow Gold missions. The big teams could finally accept the 5 Rainbow Gold missions that had been monopolized. In the monster forest, a small team was tracking a huge cunning wolf. The cunning wolf's damage was high, but its crowd control was low. It was a relatively easy boss to kill among the 10 Rainbow Gold missions. There were many exotic beasts around the cunning wolf. Now was not the best time to attack. The team was still in ambush. Strange, Hunter Emperor has been out for more than a month. Why hasn't he returned yet? That guy found someone to kill Lunatic. Lunatic has already left the Purified Heart Courtyard, but he still hasn't returned. He said that he's looking for his master. I heard him say that his master seems to have gone to the 3rd heaven. He can't be calling his master back from the 3rd heaven, right? Really? Damn, I thought that Nameless was invincible when he got the celestial level skill. But now, maybe we still have a chance to kill him. We must kill that guy and destroy his prestige. Damn it, I'm angry when I see my goddess talking to him. If we want to kill him, we must kill him quickly. I heard that the celestial level skill can't be learned in one go. Kill him before he learns it. Then, he won't be able to learn it even if he has it. At the same time, in Niayuan village. At this time, Hunter Emperor was walking in the village with a middle-aged man. Xiao Lai, how far is Earth Village? Master, it's just a map in front. The man put his hands behind his back and sneered, a battle pet that can only defeat the young black flame dragon emperor. Hee, Xiao Lai, don't lie to me. Master, I don't dare to lie to you. He really has it. Okay, let's go. Chapter 418. Just as the Hunter Emperor was leading his master toward the Earth Village map, a large group of players walked toward them. We can finally enter Niayuan Village. We are the second batch to officially enter Niayuan Village, right? Yes, the first batch of people, especially Wild Wave and the others, have all gone to Free City. Niayuan Village is actually the real level 2 map. Our Earth Village can only be considered as a preschool at most. Stop complaining. It's already good that we can adapt to this difficulty level in 2 months. Now, the strength of our Earth players has finally become stronger. Isn't the slogan of the Earth Alliance to cultivate more nameless mad gods? This is an opportunity for all of us. Everyone, develop well and don't let others bully us anymore. The middle-aged man lifted his chin slightly, narrowed his eyes, and glanced at the group. Xiao Lai, are they from Earth? Master, they have been talking about the Earth Village. They should be the Earth players. The man nodded slightly. The next second, he suddenly moved and instantly appeared in front of the group, blocking the path of the leader. The leader was a representative of the British military, ID Duke Steel Knight. At this time, he suddenly realized that someone had appeared in front of him inexplicably. He was also stunned. That person had his hands behind his back with an arrogant expression. It seemed that he had no intention of giving way. Steel Knight immediately raised his hand and motioned for the group to stop. His expression was solemn. The strength of the Earth players was indeed strong. However, anyone with half a brain knew how dangerous it was in the level 2. They were definitely not a strong force in the level 2. The decision-makers of the Earth Alliance had already said that when they left the Earth Village, they must keep a low profile and not cause trouble. They must first develop wretchedly. It was not easy for a group of tens of thousands of people to stop. Fortunately, there were many military players to help control the group. The group finally stopped. Duke? A Wuxia officer also realized that they seemed to have encountered a problem. Xia, I will go and communicate with them first. You calm the others. Okay, leave it to me. However, before the Duke could step forward, the other party spoke first. You are from Earth? The Duke said, yes, sir. What can I do for you? The man snorted disdainfully. He swept his gaze across the crowd and shook his head. What kind of trash are these? There are indeed a lot of parasites in the Jyotian. There are so many people and so many resources wasted. They really should be wiped out. The expressions of many Earth players in the front row changed slightly. The Duke spoke quickly to prevent anyone from losing control of their emotions. Sir, we're just ordinary players. That person didn't listen to the Duke at all. Instead, he shot out a sword aura without warning. The sword aura transformed into a sword aura that was dozens of meters long. It instantly pierced through the formation of the Earth's players. In the blink of an eye, the 30-meter wide straight line in the middle of the tens of thousands of soldiers was filled with corpses. There were also 2 debuffs on the corpse. Debuff, forced full sense of pain. When killed, full sense of pain will be activated. Debuff, soul break. Respawn time extended by 12 hours. Players will not be able to respawn within 12 hours. Duke Steel Knight, the various adjutants, and the regiment commander all looked behind them in shock. Their eyes were filled with shock, followed by anger. The man didn't seem to care about their anger. His expression was indifferent. I've already said that trash like you should be killed immediately so that you don't have to fight for resources with others. We didn't provoke you. Why do you want to kill us? There's no reason. It's just that. I want to kill you. The man smiled slightly. Then, a long sword slowly rose from his back. Not only do I want to kill all of you, but I also want to kill all 3 billion of you. Until your strongest person is willing to come out and be ravaged by me. 3 sword transformations. In the blink of an eye, the long sword behind the man transformed into 3 illusions. Then, the 3 illusions became extremely huge. They directly swept through the entire army from behind the Duke. When Duke Steel Knight turned around, he was already scared out of his wits. Behind him, there were corpses everywhere. 57,444 people. 57443 people had been killed. He was the only one who survived. What kind of horrifying technique was this? Killing close to 60,000 people in an instant. The speed was so fast that none of the second batch of strong people who rushed out of the Earth village had time to dodge or react. They were directly killed. Sigh, killing these trash really dirties my sword. Do you know why I didn't kill you? The man's voice was low and lazy. Pass my words to Nameless. Tell him that there's a price to pay for his arrogance. I'm tired today. Tomorrow, I'll slaughter all 3 billion of your people. Unless. The man smiled slightly. His fairy-like smile, coupled with his handsome face, gave off a creepy feeling. He has the ability to stop me. Remember, only Nameless can stop me. If he doesn't come, or if you find some random cat or dog, I have 100 ways to flatten your Earth village. Hunter Emperor looked at the scene in shock. Master's strength increased again. The damage that was dodged just now was 880,000. That was an AoE skill. With such a large area and such a good effect, how could the damage reach 880,000? This was not something that could be done by a human. Could this be the strength of a Tier 3 realm? Moreover, Master had only casually swung his sword. It was obviously impossible for Master to use his strongest move against these small fries. That's great. Hunter Emperor's eyes were bloodshot. If Nameless doesn't come out, he'll be cursed by billions of people. By then, even if he knows that he can't win, he can't run. Hahaha, this is the most interesting part. Let him be killed in front of his people. If he loses his dignity in the game, he won't be able to raise his head outside the game. Master is indeed master. Not only does he kill people, but he also kills their hearts. Steel Knight Duke returned to Earth Village and reported what happened to him to the Earth Alliance. You said that person killed tens of thousands of people in one hit? That's our elite team. They should have more than 700,000 HP per person. Steel Knight Duke's face darkened as he endured the pain. It was indeed a one-hit kill. He purposely left me alive because. As the leader, it was humiliating for a warrior to be the only one alive. Steel Knight Duke's eyes were bloodshot as he endured the pain. Because, he wanted me to tell Nameless that he will come tomorrow and slaughter all 3 billion people on Earth unless Nameless can stop him. What? Is this guy a psychopath? Even if he had a personal dispute with Nameless, why does he want to slaughter all the players on Earth? Doesn't he know that it's not his family's fault? But Nameless has fallen. The only one who can stop him now is Mad God. Mad God has no obligation to us. Will he come? Steel Knight Duke shook his head and said, everyone, that person said that only Nameless can stop him. If it's anyone else, he will most likely use other methods to wipe out Earth Village. This. Nameless is now at the first level of heaven. How can he stop him? I think he wants to kill Nameless. Steel Knight Duke frowned. He knew that Lu Chen had been beaten back to the first level of heaven. That meant that Nameless and Mad God were no longer there. If that was the case, then there was no way to avoid this calamity. An enemy like that was beyond their understanding. It was far beyond the strength of all the masters they knew. He could take tens of thousands of lives with a raise of his hand. 3 billion people was probably just a number to him. Chapter 419. Spirit Condensation Mountain Range. After 9 days of cultivation, Lu Chen had already completed the first transformation of divine and demon. Now, the two skills finally displayed their complete attributes. Divine transformation, current attributes of self and divine pets are increased by 150%. All attacks are 100% converted to lightning-type attacks, controllable ratio. Duration, 180 seconds. Cooldown, 24 hours. Demon transformation, all types of damage of self and divine pets are increased by 300%. All attacks are 100% converted to dark-type attacks, controllable ratio. At the same time, you will be punished by the heavens and receive 5% of your maximum health every second. The strength of the divine transformation was that the attribute increase was not the increase of the basic attributes but the current attributes. This was different from most of the techniques that Lu Chen had that added attributes. The divine transformation even improved the effects of equipment and techniques. The weakness was that the duration was too short. 3 minutes for a man would be weak for an entire day. Compared to the divine transformation, the demon transformation was more violent. Direct attacks were increased by 300%. However, there was a price to pay for gaining power. Losing 5% of one's maximum health every second was also terrifying. According to Lu Chen's peak health, he had 6.5 million health points. Before the battle even started, he was losing 320,000 health points every second. Just thinking about it was terrifying. There's another advantage of converting it to elemental damage. I can enjoy the damage bonus of Earth. Also, I'm not afraid of losing health points. I have life steal. After losing health, I can activate the frenzy effect of humanity. Well, a heaven-level technique is indeed a heaven-level technique. This damage is too explosive. The training time for the second transformation was 1,000 hours. Lu Chen decided to forget about it. He would level up first. At this moment, Lu Yi called. On the phone, Lu Yi seemed to have something to say but stopped. She was completely different from her usual carefree self. Brother. Yes, what is it? Are you hungry? No. Brother, where are you now? In the game. I'm training deep in the mountains. Sigh, I haven't seen anyone for a few days. I'm planning to go out. Lu Yi's heart ached. There were no deep mountains or forests in the second heaven. After more than 2 months of adaptation, the players had already adapted to the difficulty of the second heaven. From the level 80 main cities to the novice villages of the major worlds, even the arena that no one went to before, the Azura arena was full of people. After nearly 3 months of struggle in the second heaven, the players were resurrected. If there wasn't anyone here, then it could only be the first heaven. Most of the players from Earth had already reached level 2, and the newcomers to the game were also those who didn't know how to play normally. An expert like Brother was indeed very lonely. Brother, I'll go find you. Looking for me? You're not leveling anymore. What's wrong? Did someone bully you? Lu Yi felt even sadder. Even though her brother had been beaten back to the first heaven, she still wouldn't allow anyone to bully her. No. I just miss you. Silly girl, I'm not next door. Lu Chen was confused. What was wrong with Lu Yi today? Lu Chen pondered for a moment. Something was wrong with his sister today. He exited the game and went out to look for Lu Yi. Lu Yi's gaming cabin was pink. At this moment, she was lying inside. Through the glass cabin door, Lu Chen saw that this girl was actually crying. After knocking on the cabin door, Lu Yi realized that her brother had come in person. She took off the device. As soon as they came out of the gaming cabin, Lu Yi did not say anything. She hugged her brother, feeling wronged. "Brother, silly girl, what's wrong? What's wrong? Tell me." "Brother, it's nothing. I'm just sad." After all, Lu Yi had grown up with Lu Chen. Both of them had gone through the toughest days. She could also see Lu Chen's unyielding character in her. No matter what Lu Chen asked, this girl would not say anything. "Brother, you can go back. I'm really fine. Are you sure you didn't fall out of love?" Lu Yi was amused by Lu Chen's sudden question. She laughed through her tears. "You're the one who fell out of love. I haven't fallen in love yet. How can I fall out of love? Go, go, go. Go level up. I know you'll definitely come back." Lu Yi pushed her brother out of the door. Lu Chen also knew that he would not be able to get anything out of her. "Fatty, if there's anything you want to tell me, do you understand? It's really nothing. You can go." Lu Chen returned to his room helplessly. However, judging from his sister's appearance, it was obvious that something was wrong. After thinking about it, he was still worried and called Li Muhua. "Chen, you actually took the initiative to call me. You. Do you know something?" "Know what?" "Oh, it's nothing. Why are you looking for me? Has my sister gone out recently?" Li Muhua and the others were responsible for ensuring the safety of Lu Chen and his sister. They did not know what happened in the house, but they definitely knew when they left the neighborhood. "Or did anyone come to our house?" "Lu Yi. She's a leveling maniac. She only went out to buy breakfast with you a few times. She trained in the yard every day and never left the neighborhood. Strangers. Just that little black leather you brought back last time. No one else came." Lu Chen frowned. "What little black leather?" "That's my childhood friend, Luo Yu." "Okay, I got it. Hey, Chen. You." On the other side of the phone, Li Muhua sighed softly. "It's fine." After hanging up the phone, Lu Chen felt that something was wrong. It felt like they were hiding something from him. What the hell? That Li Muhua guy can't be pursuing my sister, right? It seemed like this was the only possibility for these two guys to have the same attitude. Thinking about it, Li Muhua was actually not bad. He was a soldier and a small official at such a young age. As for his looks, he was more handsome than Luo Yu. Although he was sometimes a little cheap, he definitely had the demeanor of a soldier when he was serious. Most importantly, this guy could fight. Last time, he took down a few security guards by himself. Lu Chen was stunned at that time. Strange, there's no need to hide dating from me. Forget it, I'll think about it tomorrow. After cultivating the transformation of gods and demons, Lu Chen could finally sleep on his own bed. The night passed. The next morning, Lu Chen went grocery shopping and trained as usual. However, Lu Yi went online early and did not accompany him. "You're online so early today?" Lu Chen did not care about her. He left breakfast in Lu Yi's room and returned to his room. After thinking about it, Lu Chen still felt that Lu Yi was not normal. Did something happen in the game? Lu Chen thought of this possibility. Let's go to the official website and have a look. As soon as he went to the official website, Lu Chen saw a bunch of strange posts. "Nameless has fallen, but if you want to kill Nameless, please step over my dead body. Nameless has fought for us too many times. This time, it's our turn to fight for him. The Earth Alliance told us not to go online tomorrow, but they underestimated us. We are not cowards. If you want to kill Nameless, you can't even do it. At 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, please go online as soon as possible. Protect the earth for 5 billion years and protect the nameless Wuxia god of war. Chapter 420. Fallen. Lu Qin scrolled forward. Fortunately, there were too many posts about him, so it was not difficult to find them. After taking a general look at several posts, Lu Qin finally understood. During the battle in the Fairy Trail Forest, the level 2 players told the Earth players that Nameless would be directly knocked back to level 1 under such an attack. In addition, Lu Qin did not appear for several months, so people were almost certain that he was dead. No wonder Lu Yi and the others spoke strangely at that time. They were afraid of hurting my self-esteem. Now there was a super strong person outside the Earth village calling for a fight. He named Nameless to accept the challenge, or else he would slaughter the 3 billion players in the Earth village. In the hearts of the Earth players, Nameless had fallen. Perhaps he was now leveling up somewhere in the level 1 heaven. Naturally, it was impossible for him to accept the challenge, so this battle was inevitable. Because the opponent was too strong, the Earth Alliance advised players not to go online. However, the Earth players did not intend to be cowards. A large number of similar posts appeared on the forum. Protect my Earth for 5 billion years, protect my Wuxia god of war, Nameless. At this point, the reason for Lu Yi and Li Muhua's abnormal behavior had been found. They wanted to fight for Lu Qin, but they could not tell Lu Qin. They had almost no chance of winning this battle, so they would miss the god of war who protected them. Under such contradictory feelings, they hesitated to speak. Lu Qin hurriedly looked at the time. It was already 7:30 in the morning, only half an hour before the appointed time. Lu Qin narrowed his eyes slightly. If you want to find me, then find me. Go slaughter the Earth players, can you be any more shameless? Time was tight, and Lu Qin did not have time to say hello to Lu Yi. He went online directly. A moment later, Lu Qin appeared in the Spirit Condensation Mountain range. He merged the attributes of the Wishful Staff into the Reverse Water Scale Sword, and the Devil's Robe into the Black Scale Armor. After the attribute transfer, the effect of the Devil Suit was not affected, but there were a few more Black Scale Armor special effects, and the entire appearance had changed. He wore the Dragon Scale Armor and the Reverse Water Scale Sword. He changed into his favorite red outfit, the Blood God Sword Maniac, and turned into a red light, shooting out of the Spirit Condensation Mountain range. After leaving the Soul Condensation Mountain range, Lu Qin shouted, 9 wings. A 9-winged azure dragon let out a roar and spread its wings. It flapped its wings and soared into the sky. Lu Qin landed steadily on the dragon's head. Global Village. Outside the Global Village, the Earth players now had a glimmer of hope. At this moment, there were 4 people playing chess with the Hunter Emperor and the Super Expert. The Hunter Emperor crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked at the 4 people in front of him. He coldly snorted, "People from the Wood Mansion. This matter has nothing to do with you, right? I advise you not to get involved in this mess. Do you know my master's identity? Even if you're from the Wood Clan, according to what I know, the elders of the Wood Clan won't interfere when you're training, right?" Xiao Tian's gaze was not locked onto the Hunter Emperor. The Hunter Emperor was indeed very strong, but compared to the person standing behind him, he was on a completely different level. "Senior Green Wolf, it doesn't seem right for you to cross the Heaven Domain and attack him." Green Wolf was the Hunter Emperor's master. The Super Expert who came from the Upper Heaven. "Rules?" Green Wolf laughed in disdain, "Aren't rules meant to be broken? But you have a grudge with the Nameless. You shouldn't vent your anger on the people of Earth." One Air angrily said. Green Wolf coldly sneered, "When I, Green Wolf, do things, there's no such thing as should or shouldn't. It's only about whether I'm happy or not. Speaking of which, are the 4 of you tired of living? How dare you block my path? Strange. According to what I know, the newcomers of the Wood Clan are always in groups of 5. Why are there only 4 of you? Where's the last one? Green Wolf rubbed his chin and pondered for a moment. Oh, right. I remember now. One person in each group has the Wood Clan's treasure. Let me guess, that treasure should be with the remaining person. Xiao Tian took a deep breath. This guy hit the nail on the head. That's right, Jiu Er wasn't here. When they received news that a strong enemy had invaded the global village, they were prepared to come and help. However, when they arrived, they realized that the people who came were not ordinary. If it was just the Hunter Emperor, they might be able to work together to deal with him. However, Green Wolf was the Hunter Emperor's master, someone from the third heaven. However, since they were here, no matter what the result was, they would definitely help. However, in order to protect the Wood Clan's treasure, Xiao Tian ordered Jiu Er to hide in the dark. If the Wood Clan's treasure was lost, then their training would be a complete failure. It would be even harder for Jiu Er to stand out in the future. They could not afford to lose this treasure. In the end, everything was within Green Wolf's expectations. I believe that he should be nearby. Don't worry, I can easily find him in the second heaven. Green Wolf smiled. How interesting. The other people from the Wood Clan are all as low-key as possible. You guys are good, sending yourself to me. If I don't accept this gift, then I would be letting you guys down. Even someone as calm as Xiao Tian could not help but feel flustered. Someone from the third heaven in the second heaven was a transcendent existence. Green Wolf did not know about them before, but now that he knew, it would not be difficult for him to find Jiu Er. Big brother. Ba Men looked at Xiao Tian. We have no way out. Since we chose to help them, then we must be prepared to accept any consequences. Xiao Tian said firmly. Yes. Big brother is right. So what if we fail the training? So what if we are laughed at by our family? I don't want to be a person who goes back on his words. Ba Men nodded. Okay, I heard from my family that someone from the direct line can challenge those of a higher rank. Let's try it today. Hunter Emperor looked at the 4 and smiled. Actually, with your current strength, my master doesn't even have to do anything. I can take care of you. Hunter Emperor was also a student of the Heart Tempering Academy and ranked in the top 10 of the arena. His strength was not to be underestimated. Master, let your disciple handle these 4. Green Wolf smiled. Okay, go. I will go and kill that bunch of trash. With that said, Green Wolf flashed and appeared in front of the Endless Earth army. Stop him. Xiao Tian shouted in a low voice. Stop my master. Hunter Emperor snorted. Are you 4 deaf? Your opponent is me. Beast, Black Lock. Beast, Nine-Tailed Fox. Beast, Sky-Swallowing Roar. All of a sudden, 3 battle pets appeared in front of the Hunter Emperor. All 3 of them were rare beasts with a high growth rate. They were all young beasts. Even Sengoku Yanran only had 1 young dragon emperor, which was enough for her to rank in the top 20 of the Heart Tempering Academy. Hunter Emperor's 3 super beasts were not weak. No wonder he could rank in the top 10 of the Heart Tempering Academy. He is a beast tamer. Xiao Tian pulled a long face. Beast tamers and puppeteers would not be at a disadvantage in a one-on-one fight. Who told you that I am a beast tamer? Hunter Emperor smiled. Have you never heard of dual classes? Buddha Lotus Golden Body. The 4 from the Wood Mansion stared with their eyes wide open. This guy was a combination of a beast tamer and a close combat monk. In terms of level, equipment, skills, and battle pets, Hunter Emperor was powerful. The 4 from the Wood Mansion were not at a high level. They had to try their best when facing Hunter Emperor from the Heart Tempering Academy. Chapter 421. Hunter Emperor led 3 beasts and successfully restrained the 4 from the Wood Mansion. At this time, Green Wolf slowly walked to the front of the Earth players. Facing the innumerable number of Earth players, he raised his chin slightly with an arrogant expression. "Where's Nameless? Nameless. Come out if you have the guts. Are you scared? Don't you dare to come. So, he's going to hide behind you trash and struggle to survive? Sigh, a trash place produces trash. I thought he was strong, but he's just a coward. What's wrong? Fine, there's no need for people like you to continue wasting resources. I'll slaughter your Earth village and there will be no more Earth village, no more Nameless." At this time, a 13 or 14-year-old boy walked out from the crowd. His ID was hidden. The boy shouted, "You're looking for Nameless." "That's me." Green Wolf looked at the boy in surprise. "He's Nameless." "Obviously not. Ha ha ha, you're Nameless. You're not even fully grown yet. Do you think I'm as stupid as you, not even knowing who Nameless is? Little bastard, you want to be a hero? I'll make you regret it later." Green Wolf raised his hand slightly and was about to attack. However, at this time, another person stood in front of the boy. They also did not show their ID. "Old dog, I'm Nameless. What kind of hero are you to bully a kid? I don't think you're fit to be a human. If you want to kill me, I'm Nameless. Aren't you looking for Nameless? I'm him. I am. Me too." A large group of people suddenly stood out, all of them hiding their IDs. Green Wolf frowned slightly. He did not expect things to turn out like this. After all, he had never seen Nameless in person. When he turned around to look at Hunter Emperor, he realized that Hunter Emperor was fighting with the four from the Wood Mansion. Although he had the upper hand, it was not easy. Qing Lang waved his hand and sent out a sword chi. Xiao Tian was quick to react and hastily retreated. "Xiao Lai, who is Nameless?" "Master, none of them are. That guy is wearing a red dress. These are all trash. Just kill them." "Yeah, we're here to kill Nameless anyway. It doesn't matter how many we kill." Green Wolf ignored Hunter Emperor and turned to look at the Earth players. "So, all of you are courting death." At this moment, Li Muhua of the Iron and Blood country also stood out. "Hey, you pervert, you're really interesting. You said that you wouldn't make a move as long as Nameless came out. Now that Nameless has come out, you still want to make a move. It only shows that you're an untrustworthy man. No matter how strong you are, you can't change the fact that you're just a piece of trash." Green Wolf's gaze turned vicious. "What a joke. You guys aren't Nameless at all." The Great Wall of Iron and Blood also walked over. "Nameless? Nameless means nameless. We don't have a name, so we're Nameless. Why aren't we Nameless? That's right. You're strong, and we don't care if you're willing to kill the innocent. However, you can't invert right and wrong. We're Nameless. That's right. It doesn't matter if you kill us. In the future, everyone will know that you're a despicable person who spouts nonsense." Whether it was killing the innocent or helping others, many vicious people were people who kept their word. This was very important for their future development in the Jyotian. Who would be willing to make a deal with someone who didn't keep his word? Who would be willing to cooperate with him? This was especially true after Xiao Tian called out the name Green Wolf. "What a joke. You think you can stop me with this little trick? You guys are the ones who invert right and wrong. Even if this matter spreads out, no one will say anything." Green Wolf was worthy of being called a super expert. He was calm in the face of chaos. "You want to use this method to threaten me? I'm sorry, but I'll kill as many Nameless as you guys have. After killing all of you, I'll kill the old, the weak, the women, and the children as well. I won't let anyone go." In the crowd, a beautiful woman couldn't take it anymore. "Green Wolf, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you're at level 2. Hearing this voice, Xiao Tian and the others' hearts sank. It was Zhou Er. That silly girl couldn't hold back in the end. As long as she used the Wood Residence's technique, Green Wolf might recognize her. Xiao Tian had clearly warned Zhou Er to keep her cool and not reveal herself. In the end, Zhou Er couldn't care less and stood out resolutely. I'm sorry, but I can do whatever I want. So many of you want to die. I'll fulfill your wish. After speaking, Green Wolf revealed a sinister smile. Today, none of you can escape. The 3 swords on his back slowly flew out. Green Wolf formed a sword seal and smiled. Next, I'll let you see how big the gap is between you and me. Killing 3 billion people. Ha ha ha, it'll definitely feel good. The first sword had already pierced through the air and shot towards the crowd. With this sword, who knew how many Earth players would die, Li Muhua glared and rushed towards the flying sword. Dong Huang Bell. Get out of the way. You want to block my sword? Dream on. Taking the main damage will make you wish you were dead. I can't wait to see you wailing in pain. Li Muhua's body glowed with a golden Buddhist seal, and a large cauldron appeared. At this moment, he couldn't care less about the warning that the pain system had been forcefully activated. Even in the game, a soldier had to stand in front of the civilians. This was his duty. Green Wolf felt that it was too interesting that a second-level heaven trash wanted to block his sword. No, he couldn't kill him so easily. Sanqing Sword Art, 1 becomes 10,000. That rapidly flying sword energy suddenly split into countless thin needles and shot towards Li Muhua. 1 sword energy split into tens of thousands, and the damage was also split. This way, it wouldn't be so easy to kill that guy. Li Muhua's nose flared, but he remained unmoved. Come on, old dog. If I snort, I'm not a man. Countless thin needles swept past, and the so-called Dong Huang Bell was instantly riddled with holes. In an instant, Li Muhua's body was pierced with countless holes, and his whole body was covered in blood. His HP bar didn't return to 0, but was only left with a few hundred HP. With Green Wolf's strength, killing Li Muhua would be a piece of cake. However, he didn't manage to kill Li Muhua. If he wanted to kill, it wouldn't be fun to kill so easily. The most terrifying thing was that although it was only an instant of damage, Li Muhua suffered tens of thousands of attacks. This kind of pain covered almost every part of his body, every cell. It was unimaginable. Even so, Li Muhua still didn't make a sound. He was bleeding from all 7 orifices, and his whole body was trembling as he stood there, covered in blood. Boss. Li Muhua's underlings wanted to rush over. Don't come over. I haven't lost yet. Li Muhua shouted angrily. Green Wolf shook his head regretfully. I'm sorry that I didn't manage to kill you the first time. I didn't expect you to be such a tough nut to crack. You didn't even cry out. Alright, let's do it again. Green Wolf moved his sword finger, and the tens of thousands of silver needles flew back towards Li Muhua again. This time, Li Muhua didn't activate the Dong Huang Bell. He turned around to look at the people behind him, and shook his head with a smile. I realized something. Actually, being nameless isn't that easy, but at least I've been nameless once. Nameless brother, I don't have any other requests, I just hope that you, facing the countless rain of swords, Li Muhua roared into the sky. Nameless. Listen up. If you can't make a comeback and kill this old dog, I won't acknowledge you as my brother anymore. Nameless. Do you hear me? A red shadow flashed and appeared in front of Li Muhua in the face of the rain of swords. Make a comeback my ass, a bunch of lunatics. Chapter 422. When he saw the familiar face in front of him, Li Muhua was stunned. Immediately after, countless silver needles pierced into that person's body. -940, -920, minus 930. A large number of damage values appeared. At the same time, a debuff appeared, increased pain, additional 100% pain. Although the damage was only around 500,000, even someone as strong as Lu Chen could not help but bleed from the corner of his mouth as he frowned slightly. This guy actually used such a sinister method? Li Muhua's upper limit was much lower than his, which meant that he had almost suffered the pain of death twice. Chen. Nameless, you. Li Muhua looked at Lu Chen in shock. Lu Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said with a half smile and half anger, "Why did you come out? If a beauty came out instead, she might have secretly fallen in love with me." Li Muhua was speechless. This guy actually despised him. I took some time to look at your posts this morning. You actually thought that I lost in Immortal Trail Forest. Who told you that? How could you be so easily fooled? Didn't the telecom scam teach you to be smarter? Those experts said that you would definitely die. We saw such a big commotion. Even Immortal Trail Peak was destroyed. There was no way you could have survived. If I didn't survive, how did I provoke those two guys? Who knows? Maybe you provoked them when you just arrived at level 2. Anyway, you're not easy to deal with. Lu Chen realized that although Li Muhua was bleeding all over, his mind was unusually clear. He did not know how he did it. The players on Earth also saw this person clearly. It was Wuxia's god of war, Nameless. It's bro Nameless. How? Why is his HP 6,500,000? Didn't he drop back to level 1? Could it be that he didn't die in the battle in Immortal Trail Forest? That's great, bro Nameless is back. Wuxia's god of war is back. Not good. Even if it's brother Nameless, I'm afraid he's no match for that guy. That guy is simply too strong. Li Muhua's teammates helped him up and glanced at Lu Chen. Nameless bro, I know. That fool was so loud just now. I heard it. Lu Chen smiled. Yes. Seeing that Li Muhua was safely sent back, Lu Chen raised his head and looked at the boy in the crowd. Lu Chen smiled at him. Little guy, this is for you. It's more than enough to exchange for some equipment. After saying that, Lu Chen tossed a piece of colorful gold gemstone to the child. Even someone like the Hunter Emperor was running around for the rainbow gold gem. The value of a single rainbow gold gem was hard to estimate. With this gem, it would not be a problem for the child to exchange for some good equipment. Looked at that figure in shock. That fellow actually didn't die. After being attacked by the powerful skills of the upper heaven, not only did he not die, he seemed to have become stronger. What kind of monster was this guy? Lu Chen coincidentally saw and smiled at her. Thank you. That's right, tell your friend to come back. Leave the rest to me. But Cyan Wolf is already invincible. That guy is at the 3rd level of the upper heaven. There's also the Hunter Emperor, who is already very strong. There are also 3 wild beasts. 3rd level. Are they terrifying? I just happen to want to experience it. It's okay. In my eyes, they're already dead. Originator, Furball, and you too, you're already young. Come out and get some exercise. With that said, 4 battle pets appeared next to Lu Chen. Furball, Originator, Chaos, and Tao Tai. 3 of the 4 battle pets were huge and intimidating. They roared as soon as they appeared. Roar. Woo. A woo. Squeak, squeak. The last roar was from Furball. Lu Chen was speechless. That guy was not intimidating at all when he didn't transform. Little Furball, don't shout. Leave it to them to take care of the situation. The 4 battle pets rushed forward and joined the battle between the 4 members of the Wood family and the Hunter Emperor, quickly replacing Xiao Tian and the others. Xiao Tian and the others returned and walked to Lu Chen, all of them in disbelief. Nameless. I'm not dead. Lu Chen shook his head. He didn't know where the rumor came from. He didn't know that the most important source of the rumor was the 5 guys from the Wood family. Thank you for your help. Feel free to ask me if you need anything in the future, said Lu Chen casually. All right, leave the rest to me. Be careful of Cyan Wolf. He's at the 3rd level of the upper heaven. Okay. After replacing his own people, Lu Chen left the Hunter Emperor to Furball and the others. He wasn't worried about them at all. At this time, Lu Chen put away his smile on his companion, and his face instantly became as cold as frost. He raised his head slightly and looked at the man opposite him. It was Cyan Wolf, an expert at the 3rd level of the upper heaven. Cyan Wolf had been looking at Furball. That battle pet was indeed strong. The Hunter Emperor was forced to dodge and not attack. That was exactly the treasure he wanted. Cyan Wolf turned around and looked down at Lu Chen. Your battle pet is strong. I like it. Lu Chen curled his lips. You want it? Then come and take it. Ha 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 ha. You think someone like you is worth my time? I'm here for those rare battle pets. I didn't know that you had so many battle pets. Now that you're here, they're all mine. That being said, you are just as arrogant as the rumors say. If those people from the Wood clan could keep the Hunter Emperor busy while you fought me with your battle pet, you might be able to last a few seconds. Yet, you want to fight me one-on-one? Ha 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 ha. Don't you think it's funny that a 2nd level of the upper heaven wants to fight a 3rd level of the upper heaven? Suddenly, Cyan Wolf stopped laughing and said with a gloomy face, You and I are separated by 1 level of the upper heaven. Lu Chen snorted. You're wrong. You and I are not separated by 1 level of the upper heaven. Cyan Wolf said coldly, What? Are you scared? Now you know the difference between us. Then why don't you hurry up and give me your battle pets? Maybe I'll let you live. Lu Chen smiled. What I mean is, in my eyes, you're less than an ant. Cyan Wolf narrowed his eyes. Lu Chen's words had infuriated him. Very well. I'll make you suffer unimaginable pain and die in despair. I'll beat you back to the 1st level of the upper heaven. With that, Cyan Wolf's sword rain formation merged back into one of the 3 purity swords. Lu Chen also drew his own weapon. He moved his finger and a pure black longsword was drawn out of its sheath, standing in front of Lu Chen. At first, the sword was very thin and there was nothing special about it. However, after it was summoned, 2 rows of diamond-shaped spikes suddenly appeared on the sword's body and opened up. After the scales opened up, the sword was twice as wide as before. The entire sword looked like a black dragon covered in scales. The sword was glowing like a living creature. Damn, what kind of weapon is that? It's so cool. I've never seen Brother Nameless use it before. It's a dazzling weapon. This is... Jiao opened her eyes wide and looked at her companion in disbelief. Xiao Tian was similarly shocked as he muttered. Reverse water scale sword. Dropped by the tiger dragon. This is impossible. He defeated the tiger dragon of the sanctum. Chapter 423. Lu Chen looked at the people from the Wood Manor in surprise. They actually recognized the reverse water scale rune sword. After all, he had never shown this sword to anyone before. Even Green Wolf might not be able to recognize this sword. This Wood Manor was not simple. Fortunately, these people from the Wood Manor could be counted as his friends. Lu Chen gathered his thoughts and looked at Green Wolf again. How strong would an expert from the 3rd heavenly realm be? There were no rules when it came to fighting in the wild. The hostility between the 2 sides was already at its peak. There was no turning back. The battle was about to begin. From Green Wolf's previous moves, he should be a sword spirit of the sword spirit class. Thus, close combat was the best choice. 7 stars chasing the moon. Lu Chen made the first move. Green Wolf's eyes glowed with a strange red light. Using such a low-level movement technique. 3 clear swords, chasing shadow. Among the 3 flying swords, the green longsword shot out. This sword was extremely fast. It was similar to the special effect of Prometha, leaping forward. It was difficult to catch its trajectory. Chasing shadow instantly caught up to Lu Chen, who was in the state of 7 stars chasing the moon, and stabbed at Lu Chen. Damn, it can even attack with a displacement technique? This is too terrifying. It's too fast. I can't see it clearly. Xiao Tian looked at the passerby who spoke. He did not expect this person's unintentional lament to point out the crux of the problem. He said to his companions, the terrifying thing about chasing shadow is that its speed surpasses the reaction time of people. Ba Men nodded. 7 stars chasing the moon is a high-speed movement technique. Even the user would find it difficult to make multiple changes in the middle because it's too fast. And chasing shadow's attack in such a fast environment completely messes up the rhythm of the technique. It's almost impossible to dodge. One heir looked at the battlefield seriously. Is this the power of a third heaven? Displacement is not absolutely safe. Lu Chen had already discovered that chasing shadow was trying to attack him. Although it was commonly believed that sword spirits were afraid of close combat, if they could attack the enemy while they were moving, then the so-called weakness of sword spirits was no longer a weakness. Not bad. Lu Chen's mind spun rapidly. Triple door. He directly teleported behind Green Wolf through one of the doors. Fierce tiger descends the mountain. Lu Chen seized the opportunity and stabbed down with his sword. As long as it hit, it would be a terrifying 10 consecutive hits, which was equivalent to 30 consecutive hits. The reverse water scale rune sword transformed into a black shadow and mercilessly fell. But this time, the attack that was sure to hit had missed. The Green Wolf seemed to have seen through Lu Chen's movements. It instantly shifted and dodged Lu Chen's attack. There was only a fraction of a second to react, but Green Wolf was able to easily dodge it. What was even stranger was that Lu Chen suddenly felt as if his feet had sunk into a swamp, and his movement speed dropped to an unimaginable level. Debuff, movement skills are silenced for 2 seconds. A trap. Lu Chen was also shocked. This Green Wolf had purposely given him a chance to get close. Although the silence trap only had a duration of 2 seconds, and it only silenced movement type skills, it was enough for Shadow Pursuit to reach Lu Chen within this short 1 second. Wishful Doppelganger. In the nick of time, Lu Chen used his weakest doppelganger skill and used the 0.2 seconds of invincibility to dodge the attack. Shadow Pursuit missed and quickly turned around to stab at him again. The strongest bow. Flash shot. In the midst of the battle, Lu Chen retrieved the Abyssal Dragon Crystal Bow. In the blink of an eye, 3 black crystal arrows shot through the air and hit Shadow Pursuit. Shadow Pursuit was clearly of a higher level than the Abyssal Dragon Crystal Bow, so the strongest bow couldn't shatter Shadow Pursuit nor could it interrupt the enemy's skill. However, the powerful force still changed the direction of Shadow Pursuit's attack. The doppelganger and the strongest bow held off Lu Chen for 2 seconds. As soon as the debuff disappeared, Lu Chen quickly escaped from the trap. Just then, Shadow Pursuit returned behind Green Wolf and hovered in the air with the other 2 swords. In just a few short seconds, the 2 powerhouses had already exchanged several rounds of blows. Neither of them had taken any damage, but the danger involved was enough to make one shudder. Green Wolf broke through Lu Chen's 7 stars chasing the moon and Triple Gate, while Lu Chen broke through Green Wolf's trap and Shadow Pursuit. Although neither of them used their full strength in the beginning, there was still a difference between them. Green Wolf continued to stroll leisurely with his hands behind his back. He stood there leisurely and calmly watched Lu Chen. On the other hand, Lu Chen had already gone through an intense exercise. Not only did his attacks fail, but he also almost got hit. Clearly, Nameless was at a disadvantage. Green Wolf wasn't in a hurry to attack. He looked at Lu Chen with interest and pursed his lips. "Do you really think you can touch me? Why did you stop? Come on, get closer." Lu Chen scoffed coldly. "Do you want to die that badly? Don't worry, you'll get what you want very soon." This round of probing and exchanging blows had already dazzled everyone who was watching. "He's so fast that I can't even see him clearly. This kind of strength is just too terrifying." It is indeed terrifying. The two of them have attacked and defended several times. This kind of battle is simply pushing their physical body and intelligence to the limit. Heavens, I always thought that after 2 months of training, I was getting closer to Nameless Bro. Now it seems. Nameless Bro is already unbelievably strong. Stop arguing. Currently, Nameless Bro seems to be at a disadvantage. Nameless Bro, you must do your best. That guy seems like he's just playing around. He's only used 2 of his 3 swords so far. One is extremely fast, and the other can transform into a rain of swords. Moreover, he only showed his face and didn't really use any strength. What kind of effect does his last sword have? Jiao nervously grabbed Wan Er's hand. She suddenly thought of something and turned to look at Xiao Tian. "Big brother, what level is the Sanqing sword technique?" Xiao Tian slightly narrowed his eyes. He was considered a top student in his family's theoretical studies, so he knew the origins of many techniques and equipment by heart. If I remember correctly, the Sanqing sword technique should be a heaven-level technique. Among the low-level techniques, the Sanqing sword technique is definitely the top. Xiao Tian looked at Lu Chen worriedly. "I remember there's a saying that describes the Sanqing sword technique. When the Sanqing sword technique appears, the 3 realms will not be at peace." Although this description is not from the technique and cannot be fully believed, the fact that this saying has been passed down shows the strength of the Sanqing sword technique. Ah! Then Nameless Bro has no hope. Xiao Tian didn't give a direct answer. No matter how strong the Sanqing sword technique is in the 3rd heaven, you have to know that this is the 2nd heaven. Heaven-level techniques shouldn't appear here. Green Wolf was able to survive in the 3rd heaven, which means that his own strength is also tyrannical. Nameless Bro wants to win, unless what? Unless he uses his heaven-level technique. The heaven-level technique sealed by the Heart Refinement Courtyard. In the arena, the 2 experts had finished probing each other. It seemed that both sides were going to fight for real. Green Wolf smiled lazily. "I like arrogant people like you. It's more interesting to kill people like this. Nameless Bro, didn't you defeat the Tiger Dragon? TSK, I didn't expect that such a genius would be crippled by my own hands. Just thinking about it makes me excited." Genius? A genius who falls back to 1st heaven is no longer a genius. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. This guy already knew that he had a heaven-level technique, but he was still so fearless. His strength was probably not weak. After speaking, Green Wolf moved his sword finger and the 2 swords behind him flew in front of him. "Hurry up and take out your heaven-level technique. Otherwise, you will die miserably." Green Wolf's eyes were wide open with a complicated gaze. "Fanaticism, jealousy, bloodthirst, excitement, I will let you understand that my Sanqing sword technique is far more powerful than the 3 heaven-level techniques sealed by the Heart Refinement Courtyard." Lu Chen snorted coldly. Green Wolf still hadn't used his 3rd sword. He was still preserving his strength. He was still preserving his strength against his heaven-level technique. This guy was quite confident. Unfortunately, no one knew what Lu Chen's heaven-level technique was. You want to see my heaven-level technique? Sorry, I might not be able to fulfill your last wish. Lu Chen smiled. Then, he retracted his smile and his gaze turned cold. Last wish? Arrogant. Green Wolf moved his sword finger and both swords simultaneously. Sanqing sword technique, chasing shadow sand. Chapter 424. Two Sanqing swords, one green and one white, merged into one, and then one into 10,000. Countless thin swords, which were almost invisible, shot toward Lu Chen at the same time with the speed of shadow pursuit. Seeing this, Lu Chen wanted to take a deep breath. What the fuck? This was an attack with no blind spots. It was almost equivalent to a full-range attack. The Earth players were completely dumbfounded. This is too shameless. How can he dodge this? There's no way out. There's a trap in close range, and he'll be attacked if he keeps his distance. How can Brother Nameless win? Is the triple door useful? Use the triple door to escape. It's useless. Shadow pursuit has a tracking effect. It'll catch up very quickly. It's over. Brother Nameless can't hold on any longer. The Wood Mansion players naturally had different perspectives from the Earth players. Seeing the rain of swords, they thought about how they would deal with it if they encountered this move. Could they think of a way to deal with it in just 1 or 2 seconds? This one shadow pursuit is already very difficult to deal with. With so many of them. I can't deal with it. This guy isn't even using a heaven-level technique. He's too arrogant. At this moment, on the battlefield, Lu Chen moved. Rapid attack. Strongest bow. With the strongest bow and the previous flash shot activated at the same time, Lu Chen's attack speed increased dramatically. He shot 4 to 5 arrows in a second. The arrows lined up in a row and rushed toward the sword formation. Last time, the strongest bow didn't destroy shadow pursuit. It only slightly changed the direction of shadow pursuit. This time, however, the black crystal arrow directly plunged into the sword formation and tore open a gap. Rapid movement. Rapid movement. Dark Knight Flash. Using the remaining low-level movement skills, Lu Chen chased after his black crystal arrow and arrived in front of Green Wolf in an instant. This. How can this be? The strongest bow broke the shadow-chasing sand. Xiao Tian suddenly widened his eyes. I understand now. The strongest bow can't break shadow pursuit, but that doesn't mean it can't break shadow pursuit. After a lot of differentiation, the localized attack power of this shadow-chasing sandstorm isn't very high. This is equivalent to a heaven-grade cultivation technique being weakened to a lower-grade cultivation technique. This way, the strongest bow can be used. This guy's reasoning ability and reflexes are so strong. If Lu Chen had used some new move, perhaps Xiao Tian would not have been so surprised. However, he had used the same move that he had used before. Previously, Xiao Tian could not think of a way to counter it, but Nameless could. This was the difference in combat ability. Green Wolf was shocked as well. He had expected Nameless to use the triple door to escape, but he did not expect her to come straight at him. The basic quality of an expert was to predict the enemy's movements, while a top-notch expert was to figure out the opponent's mentality. Nameless had managed to achieve the unexpected. Raging Flame Slash. Lu Chen immediately launched an attack. A zigzag sword chi shot out towards Green Wolf. Green Wolf narrowed his eyes slightly. He, who had been through hundreds of battles, had actually been tricked by a brat at the second celestial layer. He had even broken through his shadow-chasing wild sand. It was simply a disgrace. Close combat? Sorry, close combat means you're courting death. Sanqing sword technique, myriad sword shield. Countless thin swords rapidly changed directions and spun around Green Wolf like a sword formation, forming an impenetrable barrier. With a loud bang, the raging flame sword's attack directly hit the myriad sword shield. The myriad sword shield violently distorted, but it still absorbed the attack's energy. Tens of thousands of thin needle-shaped swords suddenly shot out at an even faster speed than before. Lu Chen was secretly shocked. Not only did the myriad sword shield block the attack, it also absorbed the damage from his skill and used it to strengthen its own attack. Damn, the Sanqing sword technique is really troublesome. Its attack was strong, and its defense was also so strong. It really had both offense and defense. Only when this myriad sword formation is in attack mode will I have a chance to attack him. Lu Chen's mind raced as he tried to think of a countermeasure. The myriad sword shield's defense turned into offense, causing Lu Chen and Green Wolf to switch positions. Lu Chen was instantly faced with a fatal situation. Triple door. Earth-splitting chasm. Lu Chen turned towards the second door and used this low-level skill that he was best at. Using the triple door to attack. Do you think I'm stupid? Green Wolf snorted. Trash is trash. You can't even touch me. In front of me, you can't defy the heavens. The triple door is your only life-saving skill. 3 chances, let's see how many times you can use it. You really think you can break my Sanqing sword technique? Very well, I'll let you see the true power of my Sanqing sword technique, Clear Jade Sword. Xiao Tian exclaimed in a low voice. Not good, the Sanqing sword technique's 3 swords represent the 3 great realms of Taoism, Clear Jade, and Clear Jade. The previous ones were all small skirmishes. This is the real killer move. At this moment, Lu Chen's earth-splitting chasm had already teleported behind Green Wolf from the second triple door. However, Green Wolf had already seen through Lu Chen's plan. He quickly dodged and prepared to make a hand seal, preparing to launch his killer move. Sanqing sword technique, Clear Jade Realm. Green Wolf had already launched his attack, but at this moment, the earth-splitting chasm mysteriously appeared from the other side. Lu Chen had already replaced the wishful staff with the reverse water scale sword. So, this time, it was not the staff that had enlarged, but the black long sword. With a loud bang, a damage value floated above Green Wolf's head. Minus 70,000, sword spirit cancels out 70,000, debuff, stun for 1 second, resist for 2 seconds. The damage was pitifully low. Firstly, Lu Chen did not use any amplification skills. Secondly, Green Wolf's sword spirit was also very strong, reducing half of the damage. Green Wolf had 5,800,000 health points, and his health points had only dropped a little. However, this move still shocked everyone. It hit. How did it hit? That guy clearly dodged the earth-splitting chasm. Big brother, do you understand? Chi asked anxiously. He wanted to know the answer too much. As a newcomer to the Wood Mansion, although he was not very strong, he had seen the experts of his family fight before. Sometimes, he might not be able to react the same way as those geniuses, but at least he could understand the principles behind it after seeing it. But this time, he could not understand it at all. Why was Green Wolf still hit when he knew that Nameless was going to use the triple door to teleport to the earth-splitting chasm? How did the earth-splitting chasm change its position twice? This time, Xiao Tian was also stunned. He also could not figure out the reason. However, Jiu who had been staring at the battlefield, said, I understand now. Look at his triple door. All 3 doors are closed. Everyone looked at Nameless. Indeed, all 3 doors were closed. However, he had only used the triple door twice. Jiu turned to look at her companions. Just now, when he used the triple door for the second time, he teleported the third door together. The moment the earth-splitting chasm landed, he teleported from the third triple door again and hit Green Wolf. If we could understand it, then Green Wolf would definitely be able to react. It's because we can't understand it that Green Wolf has hope of being hit. Nameless, that guy, is so scary. Hearing Jiu's explanation, the four people from the wood mansion were so shocked that their mouths were wide open. My God! This lunatic. Is he even human? Chapter 425. Earth Chasm's damage was lower than Lu Chen had expected, but Lu Chen did not count on that bit of damage. What he wanted was the stun effect. As long as he could stun Green Wolf, it would be his time. For this, he did not hesitate to use up all 3 chances of the triple door. After a second of stun, Shadow Chasing Sand also lost control and posed no threat to Lu Chen. At this moment, it was time for Lu Chen to counterattack. Demon King's Will, refresh. Shadow of the Night. Lu Chen did not even have time to split up. He directly used the skill to refresh himself and appeared in front of Green Wolf. Tiger descends the mountain. Green Wolf's 5,600,000 HP was quite terrifying. However, considering that he was at least level 120, or even level 140, which was much higher than Lu Chen, and his tier 3 equipment must be very overpowered. If Lu Chen went to tier 3, his HP would definitely be much higher than this. However, for now, 5,600,000 HP was still not enough to fill the gaps between Lu Chen's teeth. Tiger Descends the Mountain's 10-hit combo, plus 20 poison damage, could definitely kill this person. However, just as Lu Chen's sword was about to land, a green light suddenly erupted from Green Wolf's body. Immediately after, the illusion of a Taoist holding a horsetail whisk appeared and sent Lu Chen flying. Lu Chen flew backward. He spread his wings and flapped them with all his might to stabilize himself. Before Lu Chen could figure out what was going on, the third sword on Green Wolf's back floated up on its own and hovered in front of Green Wolf. At this moment, Green Wolf was clearly still in a stunned state and could not use this sword, but that sword actually activated a skill on its own. Lu Chen frowned and watched as Green Wolf's stun ended. After Green Wolf woke up, he was extremely angry. He was actually stunned by a tier 2 brat and was almost heavily injured. To him, this was an unforgivable thing. Brat, you dare to hurt me? I'll skin you alive. Very good, you actually forced me to use the third sword. I admit that you have some strength, but the more you do, the more I can't let you live. Swords, come. Zhuiying and Quang Sha returned in front of Green Wolf. 3 swords hung in the air. Green Wolf was about to use his killing move. Sanqing Sword Art, 3 absolutes combine. With a boom, an explosion instantly engulfed the entire area. The entire world suddenly came to a standstill. There was no wind in the surroundings. The clouds in the sky seemed to be stuck to the ground, not moving at all. The grass on the ground maintained various tilted angles, which had been blown down by the strong wind from the battle between the two of them. At this moment it was fixed at an unnatural angle. Most importantly, Lu Chen found himself unable to move. He couldn't use his physical body, nor could he use his spiritual power. This is a high-level array. Xiao Tian looked at the battlefield in horror. Big brother, this is an illusion-type array, right? Otherwise, it is impossible for such a heaven-defying array to appear in the third heavenly layer. Xiao Tian frowned. They could see very clearly from outside the battlefield. If it was only an illusion created by the people in the array, they should be able to tell. However, as outsiders, they could clearly see that everything in the array was fixed. It's not an illusion-type array. This shouldn't be a high-level array. Not to mention the third heavenly layer, even the fourth heavenly layer shouldn't have such a terrifying array that can lock time and space. Xiao Tian finally calmed down. Logic told him that this wasn't the terrifying array he thought it was. Jiao stared at the battlefield and said, Green Wolf's Sanqing sword art is different from ordinary Sanqing sword arts. The most terrifying part of his Sanqing sword art should be that it matches those three swords. Have you all forgotten that the third heavenly layer has already dropped cultivation technique exclusive weapons? After all, the Sanqing sword art was only a set of cultivation techniques. The same cultivation technique should have the same effect. However, the Sanqing sword art had a special point. The Sanqing sword art corresponded to the Jade Clear, Prime Clear, and Grand Clear Despairs. Actually, it wasn't just that. The Sanqing sword art also corresponded to three exclusive weapons. The Sanqing sword art has its own corresponding exclusive weapons. When using the exclusive weapons to activate the cultivation technique, there will be a special effect. Shadow Pursuit and Wild Sand are relatively common dazzling weapons. It's not too difficult to get them. However, the hardest part of the Sanqing sword art to obtain is the Daoist heart that corresponds to Grand Clear. Xiao Tian said strangely, I don't remember the Daoist heart being mentioned in the family's weapon manual. Jiao replied faintly, the weapon manual didn't mention it because it's not in the weapon manual. It's in the Immortal Weapon Manual. Back then, I peeked at the Immortal Weapon Manual. I remember there was a record of the Daoist heart. It's a white immortal weapon in the third heavenly layer. Although Xiao Tian was a top student, Jiao was entrusted with the important task of becoming the successor of the Wood Residence's treasure. This meant that she was even more of a top student than Xiao Tian. In fact, Jiao didn't rely on hard work, but talent. She could remember the Immortal Weapon Manual after just one glance. This wasn't something that could be done with hard work. If I'm not wrong, this is the special effect of the Sanqing sword art when using the exclusive weapons. Only then did the Wood Residence members understand the whole story. That sword is actually an immortal weapon. No wonder Green Wolf wasn't willing to use it in the beginning. Not only is it an immortal weapon, but it's even paired with an exclusive cultivation technique. This Green Wolf is too strong. Green Wolf's strength has already exceeded our expectations. Nameless is probably in trouble now. After Jiao explained the special effect of the three ultimate fusion, she kept staring at the battlefield. Nameless, this is an unsolvable situation. Please, hurry up and use your heaven tier cultivation technique. Otherwise, we won't have a chance. Lu Chen had never encountered such a situation before. There was a debuff on him. 3 Ultimate Lock, Physical Lock, the physical body cannot be moved. Spiritual Core Lock, the spiritual core cannot be used. Spiritual Core Lock, the spiritual energy cannot be transferred. The difference between the spiritual core lock and the spiritual core lock was that the spiritual core lock locked Lu Chen's spiritual core, while the spiritual core lock locked the spiritual energy. In other words, even if Lu Chen had prepared any talismans or tools in advance, they couldn't be used. The current Lu Chen really couldn't move at all. Green Wolf wasn't in a hurry to attack. He looked at Lu Chen, who couldn't break free, and revealed a cruel and arrogant smile. I've said it before. In front of me, you can't defy the heavens. Now do you understand? There's a difference of one heaven between us. You want to kill me? You won't be able to in this lifetime. Green Wolf brushed the dust off his body and tidied his clothes. This was caused by the earth-splitting chasm just now. To be able to meet me, you have no regrets in this life. In return, I'll let you experience what true death is. Green Wolf moved his sword finger. Brutal Demon Lord, Pain Awakening, 200%. A status appeared on Green Wolf's body. The pain he felt increased by 200%, reaching 3 times the normal value. It turned out that the prerequisite for Green Wolf to be able to adjust the pain ratio was that he had to endure the same pain. However, he seemed to be very confident that only he could hurt others, and no one could hurt him. Next, it seems like it's time for me to slaughter a pig. Your friend was quite unyielding just now. Now, let's see if your bones are tough enough. Green Wolf smiled. 3 pure sword art, 1 becomes 10,000. Chapter 426. Countless flying swords as thin as silver needles swept across Lu Chen's body. Countless holes appeared on his body as he bled profusely. -474, -491, -428. Lu Chen had not seen 3-digit damage in a long time. However, when these negligible damages were stacked on top of each other, the damage could only be described as terrifying. Lu Chen's HP bar instantly dropped to red blood. Li Muhua looked at this scene angrily. No one knew better than him the unbearable pain of being amplified by pain perception. To be honest, if not for the fact that there were so many people watching, Li Muhua would definitely not be able to hold himself back as a soldier of Wuxia. At this moment, the pain that Lu Chen was experiencing was even more intense than before. Threefold pain perception. Even he did not dare to imagine that kind of pain. Damn it, that pervert. Why does he take pleasure in torturing and killing? Why is his mind so perverted? Nameless. Lu Chen gritted his teeth and held on. Although he was not a soldier, he had grown up in adversity. This gave him a tenacity and endurance that ordinary people could not compare to. Damn it, what kind of abnormal state was this? Was he going to stand there and let him hit him like a wooden stake? This skill was too perverted. What kind of existence was a level 3 celestial stage? How could he have such a skill that made him feel helpless? Ha ha ha, I like your current expression. Green Wolf suddenly laughed. You're so angry that you're gnashing your teeth, yet you can't do anything to me. Are you unwilling to accept this? In the face of absolute strength, anger is useless. You want to protect those useless people, right? Don't you know that in front of me, you're just a useless person? What will you use to protect them? Your life. Unfortunately, your life doesn't belong to you. Your life is in my hands. What heart-refining courtyard's strongest person? In front of me, you're worse than dog shit. I let you use your heaven-level technique just now. Great, now you won't even have the chance to use it in the future. At this moment, outside the formation, someone suddenly shouted, Nameless. Use your heaven-level technique. Lu Chen looked outside the formation. The person who shouted at him was Jiu, heir of the Wood Residence. His last sword is an immortal weapon. His 3 absolutes as one is a special effect of the 3 exclusive cultivation techniques and weapons. It's not really unsolvable. If your physical attacks break through the upper limit of his seal, the 3-terminal formation will be broken. Jiu had already thrown caution to the wind. Before this, Green Wolf wasn't sure if she was the last hidden member of the Woodwood Mansion team or the one with the most precious treasure. But now, Green Wolf was sure that Jiu was the person he was looking for. It was impossible for the players from Earth to know about exclusive skill manuals and weapons. Only the people from the Wood Mansion would know about them. However, this girl was not one of the 4 people who stopped Hunter Emperor. The result was self-evident. Green Wolf laughed instead of getting angry. Ha ha ha, this woman is crazy. Do you think my 3 absolute lock is so easy to break? I'm not afraid to tell you that you can't break the 3 absolute lock. Your physical attack can exceed 810,000. Even I can't break it, but you can. Alright, now that I've told you the upper limit of the 3-terminal formation, why don't you break it for me to see? My 3 death lock is unstoppable in the 3rd heaven. You want to break it? Ha ha ha, naive. Hearing Green Wolf's words, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Green Wolf directly stated the upper limit of the 3 absolute lock. This was obviously a stupid action in a big battle. However, when he said 810,000 physical attack, everyone didn't feel any hope. Instead, they felt even more despair. 810,000 physical attack. How could it be 810,000 physical attack? Even Green Wolf's physical attack wasn't that high. Without a doubt, no one in the third heaven could break it. I've searched high and low for it, only to find it by chance. The last person from the Woodwood mansion jumped out on her own. Looks like I've gained a lot this time. Not only did I get a rare battle pet, but I also got the family treasure of the Woodwood mansion. TSK 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 TSK. Speaking of which, I really don't understand. Is there no one else in the Woodwood mansion? Why would they give the treasure to such a brainless woman? Since you've come out, then don't run. With that, Green Wolf's sword finger suddenly changed. Countless sword needles shot towards Jiu. Xiao Tian and the others were shocked and rushed towards Jiu. However, just because Lu Chen could avoid the shadow-chasing sand didn't mean that the others could. 3 Purities Sword Technique. Every time I use a sword, my attack and speed will increase by 100%. Do you really think you can save her? Humph, what idiots. Green Wolf sneered. Seeing that the sword needles were about to pierce Jiu, Xiao Tian was furious. He shouted, Woodwood Mansion's secret technique, sacrifice. In an instant, Xiao Tian and Jiu switched places. In the next second, countless flying needles pierced through Xiao Tian's body. This attack was different from the one he used on Lu Chen. Although Green Wolf dared to steal from the Woodwood Mansion, he didn't dare to kill the people from the Woodwood Mansion. Stealing from the Woodwood Mansion was a sign of strength. This meant that the newcomers couldn't do it themselves. However, killing them would offend the Woodwood Mansion. That was something that the Woodwood Mansion wouldn't tolerate. Therefore, he only had one goal in using the shadow-chasing sand, and that was to kill Jiu. Unfortunately, Green Wolf had forgotten to turn off the tyrant mode. Even someone as strong as Xiao Tian couldn't help but let out a heart-wrenching howl. Ah! Big brother! The eyes of the 4 people from the Woodwood Mansion turned blood red. To them, Xiao Tian was their big brother. He was their team leader and also their older brother. Normally, Xiao Tian would be the one to scout the area and come back to plan the trip. When they encountered danger, it was Xiao Tian who led the way. He had always been protecting his brothers and sisters. He also doted on these willful brothers and sisters. Jiu said that she had to help Nameless. Although he didn't agree, he still compromised in the end. When Jiu was in danger, he didn't hesitate to exchange his life for Jiu's, even if he knew what was about to happen. In the Woodwood Mansion team, Ba Men, Chi, Wan, and Jiu all respected this older brother. At this moment, when they saw Xiao Tian's tragic sacrifice, how could they not be moved? Green Wolf frowned. The Woodwood Mansion actually has this kind of secret technique. Che, but what's the point of doing this? That woman will still die in my hands and you won't be able to protect the treasure. Sigh, what a stupid and boring death. This kind of idiot can be the team leader. What trash. Big brother. Green Wolf, you bastard, I'll kill you. Ba Men shouted as he pounced at Green Wolf. If you want to kill me, you're far from enough. Green Wolf's target was only Jiu. His finger turned again and the shadow-chasing sand shot towards Jiu. Leave the treasure first, then I'll kill you all one by one. At this moment, Green Wolf suddenly turned around and looked behind him in shock. Because of this accident, Jiu dodged the shadow-chasing sand. Impossible. This is impossible. Green Wolf's eyes were round and full of fear and shock. Impossible, my 3 absolute lock. You can't. Your attack power. Impossible. Within the 3 absolute lock, the man covered in blood had his head lowered. His expression couldn't be seen. However, his body was undergoing some kind of change, the space around him, was actually trembling. It was like a wild beast that had been chained up and was trying to break free from its shackles. "Green dog, I've never wanted to kill like today." His voice seemed to come from his throat. "Your 3 absolute lock can't be broken by anyone." "Very good." Green light uncontrollably emitted from his eyes. It was like 2 ghostly flames, causing one to be terrified. War God possession. Demon transformation. Raising his head, Lu Chen stared at Green Wolf. "You want to see my heaven-grade cultivation technique? Fine, I'll fulfill your wish. Today, I'll let you know what a demon is." Demon transformation. Chapter 427. The 3 transformations of gods and demons had very clear requirements. The 3 transformations of demons required one to enter a demon form from a non-human form. All the players, green wolves, and even the hunter emperor were attracted by the performance of the person in the 3 death formation. His skin was cracking bit by bit. The dark green light in his eyes could no longer be restrained by the human skin and crazily overflowed. "Oh my God, what happened to Brother Nameless? This is demon transformation." "No, it's definitely not. I'm too familiar with the process of demon transformation. This is definitely not demon transformation." Although demon transformation was still demon transformation, the degree of change wasn't too big. At least after the transformation, they could still see that it was Brother Nameless. But this time, it was obviously not that simple. Finally, like a cicada breaking out of its cocoon, the man's clothes and skin all exploded. A terrifying demon gradually stretched its majestic body. Its face was ferocious, and its eyes were burning with green flames. Its muscular and well-proportioned body was 3 to 4 meters tall, and its green skin was covered with curses as if it was a cursed creature. The 2 thick demon horns on its head bent backward, and the pair of wings on its back opened uncontrollably due to the surge of power. Seeing this demon, the players on Earth were extremely shocked. Although the players on Earth were relatively quiet, there was no doubt that everyone's hearts were exploding. It's him. No, impossible. How is this possible? Oh my God, why is it like this? I'm a bit confused. In other words, he is him. Oh my God, he is him. Damn, my world is collapsing. The 2 great legends of Jyotian actually overlapped. How is it possible that God of War and Mad Demon, countless people's minds short-circuited? All kinds of scenes in the past that shouldn't have overlapped were forcefully superimposed on one person at this moment. The first mysterious person in Jyotian to pass through the poison fog forest and sell equipment in large quantities. The God of War who fought against the attacks of multiple countries by himself. The only player who had a personal dungeon. The demon who massacred cities many times. The mysterious leader who formed the strongest guild at the moment. The super expert who single-handedly killed the Sky Domain boss and the Guardian of Earth Village. Cold and ruthless. Approachable. Global enemy. Human guardian. God of War. Mad Demon. Would Manners Joe's eyes widened and her red lips parted. She wanted to say something but didn't know where to begin. Is this the true form of that madman? Why is he in his demon form? This was impossible. It has never appeared in any of the family's records. Lu Yi was more shocked than anyone else. Brother. There were tears in her eyes. Brother. She still remembered that insufferably arrogant and unapproachable mad demon. He had taken great care of Guanglong, especially her. He had said that Nameless had asked him to do so, but in fact, she remembered that when they were young, the brother and sister would share a steamed bun, and her brother would tell her with a smile. I'll make sure you're full in the future. Not only will you be full, but I'll also make you fat. Brother, I don't want to be fat. What's wrong with being a little fatter? Brother, I heard people say today that people change. Will you always love me in the future? Silly girl, no matter what your brother becomes, the person he loves the most will always be you. Brother, there's never been a mad demon with you to level up. You've always been alone in Jyotian. There's never been anyone with you to face your enemy's attacks. You carried everyone's hopes alone. I should have known it was you. I should have thought of it. I'm sorry, brother, should have thought of it. Lang Noa suddenly felt a little dazed. In that cameo, Big Boss had played the role of the Demon Lord. That cold and gentle character had perfectly overlapped with the person in front of her at this moment. If I wasn't the Demon Lord, would you love me? Did he hate his demon identity, so he had the nameless identity? Li Muhua didn't expect that the secret that Lu Chen had kept for a year would finally be revealed in front of everyone at this moment. In order to protect the players on Earth, in order to protect the people he wanted to protect, he would do anything. Chen. However, there should be a lot of people who had opinions about the mad demon. Wouldn't it be inappropriate to reveal his identity at this time? Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, "Mad God, let's have a fight." I don't care what the mad demon did in the past. At that time, everyone thought this was a game. What's the big deal about killing people and massacring people? Who hasn't done it before? Everyone in level 1 is working hard to become stronger. Why do you want the mad god to do things that you can't do yourself? Ever since we came to level 2, both the mad demon and the nameless have fought for us. Now, the mad god is fighting a powerful level 3 elite. What reason do we have to blame him? Mad demon and the god of war, as long as you're fighting for Earth, I'm willing to worship you as the mad god. Yes. Today, no matter who wins or loses, it's the battle of the mad god. The real mad god. I'm willing to worship you as the mad god. That's right. You can say that I'm a bootlicker or that I'm cheap, but I'm convinced by this person. The mad god is the pride of us Earth players. You have thousands of troops and thousands of elite fighters, but I have the mad god. The mad god can beat me 1,000,000 times, but I treat the mad god like my first love. The person next to her was speechless. Sister, although what you said is true, but, isn't it a bit inappropriate to say this now? Ah. To be honest, I've always liked the mad demon more. Back then, I voted for him as the most handsome man on Earth. I really like his chest muscles. Wow, that feeling of Beauty and the Beast. No, this is definitely an upgraded version of Beauty and the Demon. It's super exciting just thinking about it. The young man almost vomited blood. We're all big sisters like this. Mad God, break that bastard's bullshit 3-death formation. Mad God, kill green dog. Li Muhua looked at the excited players in surprise. He didn't expect that these players didn't care about the mad demon's previous massacre. Supporting the mad god had become the mainstream. Their only worry was now gone. The war of the gods. Very good, Chen, go all out and fight. No matter what the result is. Jiao looked behind her in surprise. Was this the Earthling? Ba Men frowned. That guy has cheated a lot of people in level 1. Is that why he's been hiding his other identity? But why is he no longer hiding it now? Why is he doing this? Ba Men turned to look at Sister Jiao. Jiao was a little embarrassed. Indeed, that guy had released this power right before she was about to be killed. Was he doing this for her? Maybe not. Maybe he was doing this for his own people, but at least Jiao's heart was stirred. The War of the Gods. With the difficulty of this battle, it was indeed qualified to be called the War of the Gods. But could he break the 3-death formation? At this moment, there was a loud bang. Inside the 3-death formation, the surrounding space shattered like glass. Ah! There was a terrifying roar. A demon had broken free from its shackles. Chapter 428. 3 Death Formation, Break. Demonic Change. All types of damage dealt by oneself and demonic pets will be increased by 300%. All attacks will be converted into dark-type attacks 100%, the ratio is controllable. At the same time, it will be punished by the heavens, and 5% of its maximum health will be taken every second. When Lu Chen completed the demonic change, the sky was instantly filled with dark clouds, lightning, and thunder. The wind raged, making it hard for people to stand still. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck his body. Lu Chen's health bar, which was already not much, dropped by a large chunk. Punishment from the heavens. It was as if this creature was not recognized by the heavens and earth and had triggered a heavenly anomaly. Green Wolf's eyes were wide open. Even he had never seen such a horrifying skill. Punishment from the heavens? What kind of skill was this? However, Green Wolf was indeed an experienced fighter. He quickly calmed himself down. Judging from the mad god's health, Lu Chen would die after 2 more heavenly punishments. He had less than 2 seconds. No matter what skill the other party used, it was impossible to kill him in 2 seconds. Green Wolf was absolutely confident. You can't even live anymore, and you still want to be a hero and protect those useless people. The demon cracked a maniacal smile. Protect them? They don't deserve it. I just want to kill you. The group of Earth players was dumbfounded. What? The mad god said we don't deserve it. What does that mean? Humph, can't you tell what he means? He already thinks we're a burden to him. We supported him so much before. It turns out that in his eyes, we're just trash. Could it be that his consciousness was affected after he turned into a demon? Don't defend that guy. I think he's just looking down on us. Louis frowned. This was definitely not her brother's style. He wouldn't say something like that. Then, what did he mean? Jiu was puzzled. This guy was obviously here to protect the Earth players. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come at all. But why did his temperament suddenly change? To say such heartless words to a group of people who supported him. It was very hurtful. On the battlefield, Lu Chen didn't care about what these people thought. He didn't have much time. Ghostly shadows, 100 ghosts parade. In an instant, over 100 identical demons appeared on the field. These demons moved rapidly in the field, their figures blurred. The most important thing was that at this time, it was impossible to distinguish which one was the real Lu Chen. This is illusory displacement. Green Wolf's eyes widened. His 3 purities sword arts did have an area of effect, but in the face of so many illusions, he didn't dare to attack rashly. If he made a wrong judgment and allowed that guy's real body to get close, he would be in danger. One had to know that this guy was the one who broke through the 3 extinction formation. His physical attack was over 810,000. Even Green Wolf wouldn't dare to let that guy get close. The only way was to use the shield of 10,000 swords to temporarily defend. As long as he could hold on for 2 seconds, he would win. Sanqing Sword Art, Myriad Sword Shield. 1 shield of 10,000 swords might not be enough. Sanqing Sword Art, Sanqing Protection. Behind the Azure Wolf, 3 afterimages of immortals appeared. With 4 layers of defense, they could last for 2 seconds. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind Green Wolf and was about to attack. This figure was extremely fast, and its figure was blurry, making it difficult to detect. However, Green Wolf wasn't surprised. Instead, he was delighted. The strength of the phantoms lay in their illusions. Previously, when he couldn't identify Mad God's real body, he was still worried. However, now that he had discovered Mad God's attack, he could win as long as he avoided it. Are you the only one who knows displacement? Star treading 9 palaces. In an instant, Green Wolf's figure suddenly disappeared and reappeared far away from Mad God. Trash, you've already lost. Is that so? A hoarse voice suddenly sounded in his ears. You're already dead. A ghostly figure suddenly appeared in front of Green Wolf. Dragon blood boil. Tiger descends the mountain. Green Wolf's nerves jumped. That guy actually had the patience to play tricks with him in the last 2 seconds. How calm could this guy be? No, he still had 4 layers of defense and 5,600,000 HP. He only had 1 second left. There was no way he could kill him. Tiger descends the mountain directly hit him with a 10-hit combo and 30 hits. The poison attack was ineffective against the 10,000 sword shield, but the 10-hit combo hit the spinning sword formation. At this time, Lu Chen's HP was less than 1%. Under the passive, frenzy, state, his attack speed, movement speed, and attack power increased by 396%, and his skill cooldown decreased by 99%. What was even more terrifying was that he had activated Dragon Blood Boil. After 80% of his HP was deducted from 1%, he had 0.2% HP left, which was only a few 100,000 HP. At a glance, his HP bar was already empty. However, what he got in return was a crazy state that bordered on insanity. His attack speed was already hard to catch with the naked eye. 1 hit, and the 10,000 sword shield shattered. 1 hit, and the Shan Qin protection collapsed. 1 hit, and the Shan Qin protection collapsed. 1 hit, and the Shan Qin protection collapsed. In the blink of an eye, Green Wolf was about to face that crazy, sinister smile. Green Dog, you've been waiting for a long time. It's your turn. The demon's sharp claws instantly cut through Green Wolf's luxurious clothes. In an instant, dozens of normal attacks caused a large number of damage values to float above his head. However, no one would have thought that this demon, who could break through 4 layers of defense, would cause surprisingly low damage when his attacks landed on Green Wolf's body. -17,000, -18,000, -17,000, it's impossible for the damage to be so low. 8 Gates frowned. However, he quickly thought of a possibility and immediately broke out in cold sweat. No, he didn't use his full strength. This was probably the only explanation. This guy. His HP is already so low, and he dares to not use his full strength? He's really crazy. He's completely crazy. Green Wolf deliberately used small damage to kill Big Brother and that Earth player. He did it on purpose. Warner frowned. That guy is punishing Green Wolf. Lu Chen adjusted his attack to around 800,000 DPS, which was just enough to allow him to sustain the effects of heavenly punishment. With rapid attacks, he could split the 800,000 DPS into dozens of attacks, or even dozens of attacks. With every attack, he was tearing Green Wolf's body apart. Blood splattered everywhere, and his body became blurry. The negative statuses on him had already made it impossible for him to do anything. Stun, silence, speed reduction, and spiritual energy storage rapidly decreased. At this moment, Green Wolf's Brutal Demon King effect had become the most terrifying negative statuses on him. Ah! You lunatic, stop right now. Stop. That was absolutely impossible. Even heavenly punishment could not stop him. The current Lu Chen had already performed madness to the extreme. Ah! I'm going to tear you apart. Ah! Ah! Green Wolf screamed and looked at the lunatic in front of him in horror. Even if he had survived in the cruel environment of the third heaven for such a long time, he could not help but feel fear and despair. It turned out that from looking down on everyone to being scared witless, it was only a matter of an instant. Please, please, let me go. I won't dare to do it again. A crazy and bloodthirsty face instantly came close to Green Wolf's terrified face. He licked his lips and smiled. Sorry, I don't accept begging. Chapter 429. He ignored Green Wolf's cries and pleas as he killed and tore him apart. Blood splattered everywhere. The demon seemed to want to empty out Green Wolf's body. A level 3 powerhouse begged in front of him, but he couldn't win his forgiveness. 6 million HP, under the rapid attack, was nothing. Seeing that Green Wolf's HP was almost empty, Lu Chen snorted and raised the reverse water scale sword. Black Dragon Soul Seal. The reverse water scale sword instantly turned into a black tiger dragon and directly pierced through Green Wolf's body, nailing him to the ground. Black Dragon Soul Seal. After being hit by the Soul Seal, the player will not be able to revive for 3 days. After reviving, the player will only have 1 HP left. You're so cruel. Green Wolf died after saying his last sentence. Devil Transformation didn't show the skill's duration, but Lu Chen had lost his target and quickly dispelled the Devil Transformation state. The bloodthirsty state disappeared, the heaven's punishment gradually disappeared, and the dark clouds gradually dispersed. A demon held the reverse water sword with his back facing everyone, nailing a strong enemy under his sword. After the battle, a gentle breeze blew past, and the grass rippled like waves. The fragrance of the grass was mixed with the faint smell of blood. In the azure sky, white clouds brushed past. The sky was high and the clouds were far away. In the distance, the 3 demon beasts of the Hunter Emperor had already been defeated. Their bodies still had traces of being gnawed by Little Furball. The Hunter Emperor was still bitterly holding on, but he only had a pitiful amount of HP left. Now that he saw his master's tragic death, his heart was probably dead. He had already given up resisting and stood there in a daze. You 4, come back. Lu Chen's voice was very low, very calm, and very tired. He didn't kill the Hunter Emperor. Behind him, there were countless of his compatriots, his friends, his family, but he didn't turn back. He just stood there, slightly raised his head, looking at the sky and breathing in the fresh air. The wind gently caressed his pores. The 9 heavens domain was as real as ever. In the end, he still came to this step and used the method he hated the most to let everyone know everything. There was no cheering behind him, it was so quiet that it was scary. He must have scared them, whatever, he would eventually go far away. He could not take care of these people forever, and as the people he met grew stronger, these people would also suffer because of him. In the end, they still had to rely on themselves. It was time for him to let go of this responsibility. Those fellows should not disappoint him. Since that was the case, he might as well do it more thoroughly. Boss, are you all right? A voice came from behind him. It was kneeling every 10 steps, the first person to call him nameless. He had long become Lu Chen's trusted friend. Lu Chen slowly turned around. The green mist in his eyes left 2 afterimages, just like his tears. Pulling out the reverse water scale rune sword, Lu Chen slowly raised his sword. He grinned arrogantly. Of course I'm fine. It's good that you're fine. Boss, thank you for protecting us again. Protect you? Lu Chen sneered. I've already said that you don't deserve it. I only want to defeat stronger opponents. You're too weak. It's my shame to be the same as you. I think Green Dog is right. You don't have to continue living in the Jiutian. It's too easy for you. This won't do. I have to let you know what you are. Tiger's Roar. Great Ravager Sweep. Without warning, Lu Chen directly swung out dozens of sword auras. Even without the god transformation, Lu Chen's fury status was still there. His attacks were already terrifying. Wherever the sword auras passed, corpses were everywhere. Under 30 sword auras, countless Earth players were killed instantly. Is this guy really crazy? Why is he like this? Has he really gone mad? Damn it, to think that I supported him just now. He's a bastard. I've already said that this guy is not a good person. He's not worthy of our trust. When Louis saw this scene, she was dumbfounded. Was this her brother? No, definitely not. As the saying goes, the person involved is confused, but the onlooker sees more clearly. Jiu frowned and did not say anything. In the blink of an eye, millions of Earth players were killed. The Earth players' army was in chaos. Lu Chen finally stopped. He summoned the nine-winged dragon, jumped on it, and flew into the distance. Jiu saw this and seemed to have made up her mind. She gritted her teeth and chased after him. After Lu Chen left, Hunter Emperor's legs turned to jelly. He knelt on the ground and repeated in a daze, "He's a demon, a demon, a demon." Jiu chased after the dragon in the sky. Soon, she could not catch up. Fortunately, the nine-winged dragon seemed to have landed on a mountain peak. Damn it, where did this guy get this mount? Why can't I use my mount when he's using it? Jiu was so angry that she gritted her teeth. However, she did not stop. The nine-winged dragon had landed. She could finally use her mount. Elite guard, bring me to that mountain peak. In front of the cliff at the mountain peak, a demon was sitting by the cliff in a daze. He did not seem to be in a good mood. Lu Chen saw a big bird circling around for a while before flying toward him. He frowned slightly and was about to leave. Hey, don't go. Lu Chen took a closer look. There was a person standing behind the big red bird. It was Jiu from the Wood Mansion. Jiu quickly arrived at the mountain peak. She kept her elite guard and landed not far from Lu Chen. It was the first time seeing this terrifying demon so close. Jiu was very nervous. She stood there and did not dare to come closer. Lu Chen could not help but laugh. This girl was still so timid. He still remembered how she gave him 3 or 4 victories in the ancient battlefield. That. Are you really nameless? Jiu was very nervous. Lu Chen really wanted to scare her. However, considering that the people from the Wood Mansion had helped the Earth players when he was not around, he did not want to scare this coward. Didn't you see me transform? After hearing an affirmative answer, Jiu was slightly relieved. I know why you want to kill your own people. Lu Chen frowned slightly. Why? You purposely left the Hunter Emperor alive and let him see you turn against your compatriots in front of him. After this news spreads, your enemies won't come looking for trouble with Earth's players anymore. Lu Chen looked at Jiu in surprise. Others did not see it, but she saw it first. Also, she was the one who reminded him of the way to break the 3-death formation. This woman, other than being afraid of ghosts, was actually quite smart. Actually, what you did was right. Jiu finally gathered her courage and walked over. Earth is a technological world. There is no martial power. A world without any foundation is too weak in the Jyotian world. The best way to protect them is to draw a clear line with them. Jiu looked at Lu Chen's eyes. She wanted to see that familiar look in Lu Chen's eyes. However, she could only see 2 balls of green flames. However, you also left them with the greatest opportunity. Lu Chen frowned slightly. When I left, the Hunter Emperor was scared out of his wits. He definitely did not dare to stay in the Earth village for long. Furthermore, the Black Dragon Soul Seal prevented Green Wolf from reviving for 3 days. The Hunter Emperor definitely did not dare to wait for his master to revive. After Green Wolf was resurrected, he only had 1 HP. That is to say, the players on Earth could kill him without limit. Any equipment that he dropped would be a treasure even in the second heaven. But you didn't take any of them and left them all to your compatriots. The reason why you did that, I guess, is because you are about to leave the second heaven. Because you can no longer protect them, you did not hesitate to be misunderstood. Am I right? Lu Chen was shocked. This woman's IQ was a little scary. Chapter 430. Lu Chen's silence was a tacit agreement. He didn't expect that the person who understood him the most was Jiao of the Wood Manor, whom he had only met a few times. Lu Chen turned his head and looked in the direction of Earth Village. The reason why he wasn't so lucky was because he could see his companions here. Jiao gathered her courage and sat beside Lu Chen. "Is your planet beautiful?" Jiao smiled. "Che, everyone says their planet is beautiful. It's true, it's especially beautiful. At least in the galaxy I know, there isn't a planet that's as beautiful as yours. It's a blue planet, just like a sapphire." "Blue?" Jiao frowned slightly. "It's indeed rare. If there's a chance, I'll go to your home to take a look." "Can you go to my planet?" "Yes, but it can only be done in a higher heaven." "Then can you go?" "I'm a little doubtful." Jiao realized that Lu Chen was saying that her strength was too weak. She immediately frowned and glared at Lu Chen. "I'm so arrogant with just this bit of strength. Let me tell you, wait for me to fuse. In any case, I'll definitely catch up to you in the future." "Alright, you said it. I hope you won't make me wait too long." "Of course. How can you look down on the people of the Wood Manor?" Jiao's unconvinced expression was especially cute. So your ID is solipsistic?" Lu Chen revealed his golden ID. "Showing off again." Lu Chen shook his head helplessly. "It's golden. What can I do about it?" "Alright, but your ID is a little similar to your personality." "Is it?" "I'm actually very low-key. It's just that my opponents seem to like to be high-profile, which gives me a headache." With this girl, Lu Chen could casually talk to her about a lot of thoughts that he wouldn't talk to others about. Lu Chen didn't know what this feeling was, but he was willing to tell Jiao so much. "Right, the person who blocked the sword for you it's my big brother." Jiao rushed to answer. Lu Chen nodded. "Thank him for me." Jiao's face immediately turned red. Her big brother had blocked the sword for her, so why should she thank him? "Thank you for your help. If it weren't for you, Green Dog would have killed a lot of Earth players. He had tripled the pain threshold. Many people wouldn't be able to take it. There are also many women and children in there." Lu Chen was still a little angry when he mentioned this. He had indeed killed countless Earth players, but they were all normal kills. He didn't activate the sense of pain, and he couldn't activate the Jiao Dragon's soul seal. He just needed to go back and revive. It was completely different from Green Wolf's torture. "What's there to thank me for? Speaking of which, it was Big Brother who said that you might have been beaten back to the first layer of heaven." "Ah. So it was you guys who spread the rumors. Then we didn't do it on purpose. The Immortal Trail Forest was almost destroyed. Even 10 of us wouldn't be able to survive. Who knew that you would be so powerful?" Jiao said without any confidence. Lu Chen was both angry and amused. Alright, he couldn't afford to be angry with them. "Mad God, when are you going to the third layer of heaven?" "I still need some time. I'm going to open the purgatory difficulty." "Ah. You're going to open the purgatory difficulty. You're trying to kill us." Lu Chen frowned slightly. "Suffer a little now, and you'll be stronger in the future. Don't you people from the Wood residents know a lot? How come you don't know this?" We came out to train, but because of my body. Anyway, my family didn't want anything to happen to me, so we found a less difficult area to train in. In the end, you raised the easy difficulty area to the top. Did I offend you in some way?" Lu Chen smiled. "This can only mean that you're unlucky to always meet me. We've only met a few times." "It's more than you think," Lu Chen said mysteriously. Before this woman knew about the ancient battlefield, they had already met. Beside the cliff, a timid wood resident's was leaning against a terrifying demon. The two of them were casually chatting about boring topics, but they didn't feel bored. Neither of them was willing to leave first. In the end, it was who left first. Xiao Tian had revived, so she had to go back and take a look. "I'll leave first." "Oh right, wait for me to leave before riding your nine-winged celestial dragon. Don't worry, the nine-winged celestial dragon's area of influence isn't that big. There's one more thing." Summoned her elite guards, but looked at Lu Chen hesitantly. "When we cross the bridge of helplessness." "Forget it, I'll leave first." Lu Chen was also depressed. Why did she leave halfway through her sentence? After watching leave, Lu Chen stood up. He didn't know how the players on Earth would look at him in the future, but he didn't care. Especially after seeing Green Wolf's strength, Lu Chen couldn't wait to go to the third heaven to see what kind of place it was. Remnant Life had told him that the third heaven was definitely not what he imagined it to be. The third heaven might have a lot of variables, but at least the people there were definitely strong enough. Level up, find the people in the mountains, kill spiritual martial apothecary, and then go to the third heaven. Lu Chen thought for a while, then changed back into his human skin. After all, the demon form was too eye-catching. Nine-winged, let's go to the bridge of helplessness. Lu Chen summoned nine-winged celestial dragon, and the nine-winged celestial dragon spread its wings and soared into the sky, heading straight for the bridge of helplessness. Standing at the fork in the road, Lu Chen checked the map again. He had already explored the arena and Azura field on the east and west sides, as well as the map behind it. There was only one path left, and that was to go all the way north. Going north along the main road led to the Bridge of Helplessness, and further north was the Monster Mountains, the Fallen Immortal Plains, and the Level 80 main city, which was currently labeled as Ownerless Land. When he defeated the Immortal Slaughtering Poisoner, the Immortal Slaughtering Poisoner gave Lu Chen the coordinates of the people in the mountains. The location of the people in the mountains was the Fallen Immortal Plains. Since the journey was boring, Lu Chen summoned Rhubarb to accompany him on this journey. After walking north for 7 or 8 minutes, Lu Chen saw a wide river in the distance. He could barely see the other side of the river. There was also something special about this river. The river water was black, and there was a faint black mist rising from the river surface. Damn, what kind of river is this? Lu Chen looked as far as he could. There was a bridge at the end of the main road, and it must be the so-called Bridge of Helplessness. Rhubarb, follow me. I feel that this Bridge of Helplessness is not an ordinary bridge. Lu Chen perked up a little. An antique wooden bridge appeared in front of Lu Chen. Most of the bridge was hidden in the black mist, and only a small section of the wooden structure could be seen. There seemed to be a figure sitting on the bridge. It was unknown whether it was a player or an NPC. This bridge can cross such a wide river. It's a bit capricious. Speaking of which, could that person be Meng Po? I don't need to drink Meng Po's soup. Lu Chen couldn't help but think of some legends of Wuxia. In front of the wooden bridge, there was a stone tablet as usual. Forget this life in front of the Bridge of Helplessness. It's hard to meet after the Bridge of Helplessness. Lu Chen blinked his eyes. He didn't know what this sentence meant. He complained and stepped onto the Bridge of Helplessness. Seeing that someone was approaching, the person in the black fog finally stood up. This was an old woman who didn't look like a human at all. Her face was so bloated that it was almost scary. When she smiled, there was no sense of kindness or kindness. Instead, it made people's hair stand on end. Young man, if you want to cross the Bridge of Helplessness, you have to pay the toll. The old woman smiled strangely. Chapter 431. Toll fee. Lu Chen looked at the old woman in surprise. You're not really Meng Po, are you? Don't tell me you want me to drink Mang Po's soup. I'm not dead yet, and this isn't the underworld. The old woman maintained her unrefined smile. That's just a legend in your little world. It's very different from the real Jiutian. I'm not Mang Po, I'm just collecting toll fees. How much? A memory of the person you love the most, the old woman said with a smile. Just one. That's a fair price, isn't it? Fuck, fair my ass. As expected, then I won't take your Naraka bridge. I'll just fly over. Young man, do you know what's in the river of forgetfulness? Lu Chen looked at the river water under the bridge. It was pitch black, but now that he was on the river, he could see more clearly. Only then did he realize that the river water was not black, but red. The color of blood after being exposed to oxidation for a long time, it's blood. In the past, all the players who died would have a part of their soul extracted and trapped here. Don't look at me in surprise. There's a price to pay for death. It's the same everywhere. Of course, in the first and second heavens, the loss of soul energy after death can be replenished by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This is also why players lose experience after death. Jiutian uses the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to help nourish their damaged souls. Lu Chen was extremely shocked. An NPC on the Naraka bridge had once again overturned his understanding of Jiutian. When Jiutian was first released, other games required experience to level up, but Jiutian said it to require spiritual energy of heaven and earth. At that time, people thought that it was a setting change made by Tianqing to be more in line with Xianxia-themed online games. But now, Lu Chen understood that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had such a terrifying effect. At that moment, Lu Chen even felt that Nine Heavens realm was a little scary. The old woman continued to speak with a smile, so many worlds, so many people, how many times have they died? You should understand this point, and the river of forgetfulness can be said to be the place with the most abundant heaven and earth spiritual qi in the second layer of heaven. In the sky above areas where spiritual energy is abundant, the flow of spiritual energy is fierce. Some places can fly at low altitudes, but the river of forgetfulness can't, because it not only condenses spiritual energy, but also resentment. Every player's negative emotions when they die will be collected and accumulated. The layer of fog on the surface of the river of forgetfulness is formed from negative emotions. Believe the old woman's words. If you don't want to die, then don't try to fly over the Wangchuan River. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes and hesitated. At this time, a large group of several dozen people came up to the bridge of helplessness. Seeing that Lu Chen hadn't made a decision, the old woman went to greet the group of people. Among the group of people, a middle-aged man seemed to be their leader. His ID was Big Brother Dai 2. He glanced at Lu Chen and was slightly puzzled. Why was there a guy here who was alone? Hey, friend, why did you come to the bridge of helplessness alone? Big Brother Dai 2 ignored the old woman and walked toward Lu Chen. The second heaven was very different from the first heaven. The more people in the first heaven, the stronger they were. But in the second heaven, when you saw a group of people in the wild, the fewer people there were, the stronger they were. Only when they were strong enough could they travel in the wild in a small group. Big Brother Dai 2 had at least 70 to 80 people on his side. He estimated that there were two groups, and their strength was considered average in the second heaven. However, Lu Chen never cared about other people's strength. When people talked to him enthusiastically, he never put on airs. Oh, I came here first. Are you guys going to cross the bridge of helplessness? Yes. Hey, friend, how many people are in your group? This sentence was obviously probing Lu Chen's strength. 30 to 40. Oh, then their strength is about the same as ours. Are you guys interested in joining us? After crossing the bridge of helplessness, the difficulty there is very high. I was originally in a group of 40. Later, a friend of mine joined another group, so we all joined together. We can take care of each other. Big Brother Dai too was surprisingly straightforward. You also know that for people like us, it is more difficult to survive in the second heaven. It is much better to have someone to take care of each other. Lu Chen nodded. Yes, but, Big Brother Dai too saw that Lu Chen was unwilling and immediately took the initiative to say, it's okay, it's okay. Hey, I was just mentioning. The key to forming a group is mutual trust. It is indeed not something that can be casually formed. Lu Chen had a good impression of Big Brother Dai too. This person was quite straightforward. Oh right, Big Brother, how do you plan to pay for the Bridge of Helplessness? She wants a memory of the person she loves the most. This is a bit exaggerated. What else can we do? If we don't pay, we can't cross. We can only pay. Then, will I really forget about it after giving it to you? I mean, will we forget those memories in real life? Of course. At the current stage, Jiutian is connected to the game through the consciousness of the brain. Aren't memories stored in the brain? Lu Chen took a deep breath. If that was the case, then the toll was indeed a bit expensive. Isn't this too much? Big Brother Dai too looked at Lu Chen. Young man, you are a pure and innocent newbie, you are too honest. There are loopholes in this thing that can be exploited. Ah. Lu Chen looked at Big Brother Dai too in surprise. There is a bug. Lu Chen really did not know where there was a loophole. Of course there is. Forget it, we are fated, so I will tell you. She wants a memory of the person you love the most. You can love a few more people on a daily basis. When the time comes, you will have a lot of choices. Lu Chen was shocked. What kind of bug was this? Humans must love everyone. Don't be so narrow-minded. Lu Chen took a deep breath and nodded solemnly. What Big Brother Dai too said, makes sense. But is there any way to remedy it now? Big Brother Dai too looked at Lu Chen and hesitated. Ahem, there is, but I am really short on money to buy medicine recently. I can't think of anything at the moment. Lu Chen immediately understood and gave Big Brother Dai too 100 gold coins. Big Brother Dai too looked at the money with some disdain. As the leader, you have to think for your subordinates. Lu Chen gave him another 900 gold coins. 1,000 gold coins was nothing to Lu Chen, but it was definitely a huge sum of money to the average player. I can tell that you are a sentimental person at first glance. Big Brother Dai too's eyes lit up. He quickly put away the gold coins, then whispered in Lu Chen's ear, haven't you heard of the saying, money makes the world go round? Give her 1,000 gold coins and she will let you pass. This. But little brother Dai too, I have to tell you something. Big Brother Dai too suddenly became serious. The path of Jiutian is as difficult as ascending to heaven. The fewer ties you have, the further you can go in the end. The Bridge of Helplessness is to make you stronger. After crossing the Bridge of Helplessness, forget a person and you will receive a 10% increase in attributes. At the same time, you will also forget those useless things. In order to become stronger, more people choose not to pay to cross the bridge. Lu Chen frowned slightly. Big Brother, what about you? Me? Big Brother Dai too's smile was a little lonely. I have too much on my shoulders. If I am not strong enough, I can't even protect the person I love the most. What is the use of remembering? If you love that person enough, then, forget her. Chapter 432. There were a lot of people on Big Brother's side, but not everyone knew the rules of the Bridge of Helplessness. The captains with inside information were explaining to their team members. Lu Chen already knew how to cross the Bridge of Helplessness. He walked in front of the old woman. Excuse me, how much will it cost to cross? The old woman looked at Lu Chen and smiled. I quite like people like you who are straightforward. I can let you cross for 10,000 gold coins, but you will lose the chance to increase your basic attributes by 10%. You should know that this is not a small bonus. Are you willing to lose this opportunity for someone? Besides, not everyone can take out such a large sum of money. Lu Chen smiled brightly. Are there any other grades? Huh? The old woman looked at Lu Chen in surprise. The fee to cross the bridge of helplessness was already an open secret, but there were not many who asked about other grades. 10,000 gold coins, 90% of people could not take it out. Not to mention the higher grades. There are, but I'm afraid you don't have that much money. When the surrounding people heard that there were other grades, they suddenly quieted down and looked at Lu Chen in surprise. Lu Chen smiled faintly, you can tell me about it. Maybe I can get it. Okay, I have two types of tolls. One is 1 million gold coins. Not only do you not have to pay for the memory, but you can also get the 10% attribute bonus. Lu Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. This method was already a safe choice. What about the other one? What about the other one? Tell me first, do you have 1 million gold coins on you? In high-level maps, some bounty hunters would have so much money on them, but that was only after they reached a higher level and became stronger. Those who could take out so much money before crossing the bridge of helplessness were definitely rare. Yes. Tell me the next one. The old woman looked at Lu Chen again and narrowed her eyes. Okay, then the next one, 100 times more. 100 million gold coins, memory retention, 20% attribute bonus. When they heard this price, the others suddenly exploded. Damn, 100 million gold coins. Are you kidding me? Who would have so many gold coins? I'm afraid that only a powerful organization can accumulate hundreds of millions of gold coins. No organization would spend so much money on a single person. Fuck, I can't even afford 10,000, let alone 1 million. Forget it, in order to become stronger, I'm willing to forget that person. However, at this moment, Lu Chen's voice was heard. I'll pay 100 million. Dao Tu almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Could this guy afford 100 million gold coins? In this second heaven where currency was extremely scarce, how could he take out 100 million? Fuck, this guy is too rich. Who is he? People from the 5 major powers. The 5 great powers can't give out so much for everyone. Lu Chen quickly paid the money. Obtained the title, money can reach the heavens, basic 4-dimensional attributes increased by 20%. Another title. But this time, Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. 100 million was a large sum of money to him, accounting for half of his total assets. However, it was definitely worth it to have 10% more attributes than others. Moreover, his basic attributes were already high, and his 20% increase was much greater than others. This deal was definitely worth it. Young man, I really couldn't tell. You can go over now. The old woman still had a smile on her face, but it seemed more sincere than the polite smile from before. Lu Chen nodded. Dao Tu's words just now had influenced Lu Chen. He still remembered that Ken Sheng had told him that there were no real NPCs in Jiutian, which meant that this woman was actually a player. Since she could take the money and let him go, it was very likely that she had a higher authority. In the end, Lu Chen tried to ask, and as expected, he received an unexpected reward. Just as Lu Chen stepped onto the bridge of helplessness, Dao Tu's shout came from behind him. Little brother, it's 100 million, is it worth it? Lu Chen stopped and turned to look at Dao Tu with a smile. The person I want to remember is definitely not a burden to me. On the contrary, she is my motivation. Moreover, I don't like to be led by the nose. Brother, thank you for letting me keep this memory. Lu Chen pushed a trade window and entered 1 million gold coins to Dao Tu. This is the reward. Dao Tu's eyes were filled with shock. That guy gave him 1 million gold coins for free. However, at the same time, he also gave him a super difficult problem. In the past, he did not have a choice, but now, how should he choose? Walking on the bridge of helplessness, Lu Chen noticed that someone was knocking on the door of the gaming cabin. Lu Yi ran to her brother's room and pulled him out of the gaming cabin. It was not easy for this girl to wait until now to find Lu Chen. "Brother, why didn't you tell me earlier?" Lu Yi was a little angry. "Li Muhua knows." Lu Chen scratched his head. "I didn't want to hide it from you, but I didn't find the right opportunity to say it. That, 10 steps must hate me, TSK, do you think we're stupid?" Lu Yi's anger had obviously not subsided. "We all know what kind of person you are. Sister Nuanuo said that you must have done this to prevent more powerhouses from finding trouble with us. It's just that. Some people on the internet don't seem to understand you." Speaking of this, Lu Yi could not help but feel sorry for her brother. "Brother, do you want to clarify things?" Lu Chen smiled and shook his head. "What's there to clarify? If I really clarify things, then wouldn't I have killed so many people for nothing? I don't care what others think of me. Don't go around talking about it. Develop yourselves well." "Okay, got it. Brother," Lu Yi said and walked over to hide in Lu Chen's arms like a spoiled child. "You must be careful when you're alone in the future." Lu Chen touched Lu Yi's hair. "Okay, I will." Looking at Lu Yi, Lu Chen smiled slightly. How could he forget about his sister? Being able to get the understanding of his friends was the happiest thing for Lu Chen. As for the others, Lu Chen did not care. On the contrary, he needed these people who did not understand him to make others think that Mad God and the players on Earth had broken up. After spending a huge sum of 100 million, Lu Chen did not feel anything. Earning money was not difficult for him. It seems that being rich is also a kind of ability. Lu Chen sighed. "If there's a chance to make money in the future, I'll have to earn more, lest I encounter such a strange request again. Speaking of which, if I had to choose, who would I choose? It should be Lu Yi." Lu Chen thought about it and found that there was no suspense in this question. Unknowingly, Lu Chen had already passed the Naraka Bridge. Looking back at the river of forgetfulness, Lu Chen shook his head. Were there countless souls gathered there? Spirit Condensation Mountain gave birth to a sub-originator. Would something terrible be born here as well? Thinking of this possibility, Lu Chen could not help but shudder. After the battle with the tiger dragon, he really did not want to fight underwater. Even if there were, he did not want to go there for the time being. In front of him was the monster mountains. Compared to the monster forest, the quality of the monsters in the monster mountains was much lower. However, there were many species, and they were all gathered together. Snake, wolf, tiger, bear, flower demon. I have these bloodlines. Fox. Tree demon. What's that, supersized weasel? As Lu Chen infiltrated, he could find the 5 fairies, lion, tiger, elephant, and ox here. This was the best place to farm bloodlines. It's a pity that their quality is not very high. I don't know if they will drop the best evolution materials. If they can't rise in stars, I can still fuse with another bloodline. Let's try their talents first and upgrade the bloodline and army to level 100. The mountain people's quest should not be simple. Lu Chen still needed to prepare. With a large number of clones, Furball, Sub-Originator, Young Hundan, and Tao Tai helping to farm, Lu Chen's farming efficiency was extremely high. Even with 9 kills, his experience bar was still increasing. Little ones, you haven't farmed in a long time. Let's move and level up. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.